Hey, everybody. So, most classes we go through and we follow a set of processes and everything. But when we do these deeper dives into a particular system, um, the layout of the information is a little bit more like reference material or encyclopedia kind of layout rather than these are the processes. And, I think the thing that I wanted to emphasize is just your ability to problem solve respiratory issues. And, you know, with the way the booklet's laid out, it can be a little bit overwhelming because, we're talking about different symptoms and I did integrate the aspects from vagal tone. I also integrated functional processes where we can use them as a kind of a preliminary treatment and a way of diagnosing if we have like some sort of issue in the respiratory tract. But I don't know, like when I was thinking about it last night, like how, I was just going to jump into conditions, but then I was like, you know, let's do like a little meet and greet with our respiratory tract, like get to know the respiratory tract. And the idea being that if you kind of know some different aspects, then when it comes time to problem solve, I think you have a better understanding of like how to treat the symptoms, right? And so I think the thing is a lot of times when we approach something from a symptom-oriented approach, we're kind of approaching it from an impersonal reference point. Hey, come on. It's not necessarily based on direct experiences, like I read this in a book and this is what I'm supposed to do for this condition, which is okay. But if we're really wanting to treat ourselves and be able to even treat other people, we want to have a direct experience with what we're looking at, what we're evaluating. And so that is going to be the idea for a little bit is we're just going to do little exploration. And this isn't something that you need to take notes. In fact, I'd almost prefer that you didn't take notes and that you just, I mean, you write stuff down or whatever, but you spend time just going, oh, as we explore this aspect, this is what that means. As we explore like deepening the breath, this is what that means. As we look at, you know, the rate of inhalation, exhalation, this is what that means, you know. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to kind of get to know our respiratory system a little bit. So we think of the respiratory system as, just the inhalation, exhalation, taking in oxygen and exhaling out, carbon dioxide or whatever. And that is true. But if the breath is off, it can throw off body tension, it can throw off the nervous system, and it can put us into deeper levels of like a fight flight response or throw off our nervous system pretty substantially. So even psychological healing is tied to the breath. If you think about like when you have something arise, some emotional thing, you start breathing irregularly, you sometimes even might hold your breath a little bit. And then you start taking long, slow, deep breaths, and then you start to like kind of emotionally process, right? And so I would say even like emotional processing is tied to the breath. I tried not to make the topic too complicated. I tried to make it very straightforward about respiratory function, but you know me, like I can just let it be there. Like I gonna talk about like all the other potentials and everything. And I was gonna do this at the end, but I think maybe at the beginning. So what I'm gonna have you do is just check in with yourself. Take a long, slow, deep breath. Notice your breathing. And then feel your body tension, your areas where there might be aches or pains. How's the tension in your jaw? How's your emotions feel? Do you feel okay? Do you feel calm? Do you feel a little agitated? Do you feel a little, I think the therapeutic term is, And then how's the mind? How are the thoughts? The more that the breath is shallow and rapid, the more repetitive your mind will be. It's mechanics. If the breath deepens and slows down, the mind quiets down, becomes less repetitive, and you even start to go into maybe not completely and deeply into rest and repair, but the intuitive part of the mind becomes more active and goes back and forth with the intellect. So you could say that even good breathing is tied to like having a sharper mind, you know. You look at a lot of spiritual practices, there's a big emphasis on the breath, you know. And one of the things that Yogananda says that, you know, is that as you inhale, you kind of lean into the exhalation. And as you exhale, you lean into the inhalation. And he said, without this kind of awareness of the breath, it is hard for an individual to be aware of their higher nature or of their soul. And I would say this idea of the breath is a lot more potent than just like, I have sinus issues. I have, hiccups, or I have, whatever it might be. And so I kind of want to do an exploration for a little bit, and then we'll start talking about conditions and, different things that can be done. Okay, so one of the things I'm going to draw upon line 2, and in there you have larch, myrtle, hyssop, German chamomile, anula, frankincense, tolu balsam, Ami Visnaga, Sitka. Um, Sitka, you could probably also use, trying to think of a different one. Well, let's just see what people have. And then blends, you could use bronchioles, the core breath, which was a blend out of, I think, a couple of classes. And then pulmonary stress support, which is from the ORIC programming. So see what you have in the kit for purchase. I think they had hyssop decumbens, didn't they? Yeah. From the kit for purchase, use your hyssop decumbens. Hyssop decumbens is actually the only hyssop it's different than the other hyssops. Like, if you put it under a microscope and look at the chemistry of something. All the other hyssops, even though they are from different regions, so they'll smell a little bit different, but their properties are very similar. They're They're basically the same thing. They just have different scents and things. But hyssop decumbens is actually the chemistry of it's a little bit different, and it works better for some things, and some things other hyssop works better for. So it's a hyssop that I don't talk about a whole lot, but as far as deepening the breath, it's a little bit better than a normal hyssop. And hyssop decumbens is also very good for improving the secretions of the liver and gallbladder, right? So what I'm going to have you do, we're not even going to do a pattern off the bat. I'm just going to have you take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, whatever oil you're using. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it kind of does. Yeah, somebody here said it has like a almost like a little bit of a eucalyptusy kind of smell or quality to it. You were just talking about hyssop decumbens. Right? But whatever oil you're using, you're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth. You know, when 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 you're working with oils like this, it's a lot like working with a mantra. Like you do action activity and then you let it incubate for a little bit. Like you let there be a little bit of stillness. So your body kind of processes, your body kind of shifts. It's not just like you're trying to force the body to do something. Whenever you want to do things like a deeper level of healing in the body, you do action and then stillness, and then action and stillness. And this is a form of like yin yang, but really you could say it's an aspect of divine intelligence. You know, you're using the intelligence of the body to help the body heal itself. It's not just trying to stimulate something. You're trying to generate a process in the body that continues even after you're done. And so that is usually done by action and then stillness. So here we take some breaths. It doesn't have to be forever. Like, you take 15, 20 deep breaths, and then you just pause and you be still. You let your body acclimate and you let your body shift, right? So after you've had those 15 or 20 inhalations, just be still and just notice the things in your body. What happened to your breath? What happened to your body, your emotions? What happened to your thoughts? So, the thing that you could say is that, you start to notice an effect that the oil starts to have on the mind, the emotions, the body, right? And, traditional aromatherapy would just be like you either put it in a diffuser, You put it on your wrist, you apply it to your chest. Um, you do things like that. And with the processes that we do, we take it a little bit deeper and we put our awareness on different areas of the body, or we put our awareness on energy centers or chakras, and then we follow a pattern. We're used to that, right? But I would say deeper awareness of the body, the chakra patterns are good, right? The directing it to the body is good. But when we really truly want to enhance the healing process, it's not an intellectual process. And so this is why when we approach things from a symptom-oriented approach, we're already in a little bit of a predicament, you know, because the intellectual mind always approaches things that it needs to make things happen. Like it has like a preconceived idea of like how something should play out, right? I need a plan. I need to be able to do this. I need to stimulate this. This needs to happen before the next thing happens. But if you look at the idea of rest and repair, it's not tied to that intellectual process. So even if we go through and we do patterns, but if we do it from a very intellectual point of view, we actually inhibit the healing potential of the body because we're so in our heads about things. One of the things that I do, this is silly, and I don't know that I've ever shared it before, is sometimes like I'll put my awareness on, say, my throat center, or like an area of my body. And I inhale the oil and I, do all those things. But sometimes what I do is I'll use like a bell. Like I keep my awareness on that area and then I ring the bell and then I just listen to the sound and I keep my awareness on that area. And the idea is to open up the intuitive part of the mind so that even when I put my attention on an area, that starts out intellectual, but I want it to shift into awareness, right? And so there's lots of different ways of doing that. You don't necessarily have to use like a sound. You can do it in other ways, and we practice these, but like starting to put these things together in a way that deepens the healing is kind of the idea that we wanted to do with a weekend like this. And it's easier to see that here than say like in the digestive tract. Like, we go through and we do the digestive work and um, you know, it might feel better, but you might not know for a day or two. Where the respiratory system, you can evaluate like in the moment, right? So this is a good one to do that kind of exploration. And so, we went through and we just did inhalation, which basically what we're doing is we're opening up the chest, we're taking tension out of the bronchioles, and we're reducing some of the tension in the neck and in the diaphragm, right? Even some of the muscles of the rib cage, referred to as the intercostals, begin to relax with this process, right? And so with that, the body begins to shift, the body begins to change. And so we want to support the body in this process and not just go, you do this. Like, come on, you breathe better, make me feel better. Like, that's the way that the intellect kind of approaches it. In my youth, that was my middle name. It's a joke, but it's not a joke when I was young because it was very true. So we're going to do it again, but I'm just going to run you through a practice to like it's things that we've done, but like just how to enhance the body's ability to heal and to restore balance in the body. Okay. So you've already used the oil in one cycle. We're not following a pattern right now. We're just inhaling. So let's go ahead and do that again. So nice, long, slow, deep breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. And then when you're done, after about maybe 20 inhalations, just be still and be aware. Now, what happens when we begin to open up the lungs and deepen the breath is the body begins to shift. You could say this is a way to de-stress or unstress the body. Now, just because we do it, it doesn't mean everything is miraculously addressed, but it starts shedding some of the stress of the day, of the week, of the month, of the decade, whatever it is, right? And so we're still going to have areas, right, where there's going to be some tension. Like we might flush out some of the more superficial stresses and tensions and things like this, but we're still going to have areas where like there's a little something. And again, if we look at it from the point of view of symptoms, we go, okay, what do I do to make that do what I want it to do or to make it relax? When your body has natural mechanisms that can make that happen, right? So we don't want to have to stimulate something. We want the body to do what it does. You want to tell the body, you be you. You go do what you do, right? And so one of the ways that we can do this is through doing the body awareness, right? So after you've done a couple cycles of the inhalation, then you go, okay, what do I feel in my body? Do I feel a tension in my back, around my spine? Does my arthritis in my knee bother me right now? Are my jaws tight? Is there, this sounds weird, but is there tension in my face? You know, that's something that a lot of times we're not that aware of until we're practice awareness. But then you go, oh my God, there's so much tension in my face. You know, a lot of times things like sinus issues are not just the sinuses, but they're tension in the face and there's tension in some of the nerves that innervate the face. And so, what do you feel? It doesn't have to be tied to the respiratory system. I feel tension in my calves. I feel tension in my shins. My foot hurts. Whatever it is. Now, the goal is not just to go, yeah, that's there, but to observe it, right? Because in the observation, you're first, you look at it from an intellectual point of view, but if you keep looking at it, eventually it turns to awareness and it starts to shift into the intuitive mind, which then begins the healing process. It begins to unwind that area. It starts to de-stress that area, which means it improves function. Stress will magnify a problem and it will shut down your physiology. Like it just, they go hand in hand, right? So if we practice awareness on these different areas, then as we take a deep breath, we're able to breathe easier, but then the breath becomes more impactful on other areas of the body, not just the respiratory system itself, right? So just practice awareness on your body. What jumps out at you? Is it an ache or pain, a tension, a heaviness? You're still observing. Even when you find that spot, just keep observing it, keep watching it. Okay, let that go. And you're not breathing into an area of your body. You're simply going back and taking long, slow, deep breaths with the oils. So in through your nose, out through your mouth. And after about 20 inhalations, just let go of the inhalation and just be still again. You're observing your body. Where do you feel something in your body? Whatever it is, an ache, a pain, a tension, practice awareness. You're practicing awareness. Now, part of what happens, you can let the awareness go, by the way. Part of what happens as you begin to deepen the breath is that it begins to relax the spine. The more shallow and rapid the breath, the more tension there is in the diaphragm. And when there's tension in the tension in the diaphragm directly corresponds to tension in the spinal muscles, right? So if the diaphragm's tight, your back is tight. If your back is tight, guaranteed your diaphragm's tight. Like it's a kind of a chicken or an egg, chicken or the egg thing. Like which one came first? I don't know. But if one is present, they both are present, right? And so if there is tension in the spine, that begins to affect the spinal nerves and how your body feels and functions. It can exaggerate pain. For example, if you have sharp stabbing pain, you also have tension in the diaphragm and tension in the bronchioles. The more that you unwind the diaphragm and the bronchioles, a lot of times the pain reduces, sometimes by half. The more tension there is in your body, the more tension there is in the spine. It too is a kind of stress, like a mechanical stress that then exaggerates problems, right? Or shuts down functions in the body. So, this idea of like having a little bit deeper breath is important for more than just the respiratory tract, it's overall body function, also your ability to process emotions and to have clearer thought, right? So, what I'm going to have you do, we just did awareness on the body, kind of pay attention to your spine. Just like feel out your spine, like in your neck, between your shoulder blades, your mid back, your low back. How is the tension in your spine? And also feel the muscles kind of around the spine. Like just get an overall, like, I feel tension. Ugh. Okay, let that go. And again, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're using that same oil you've been using. Take about 20 long, slow, deep breaths. And when you're done, just pause and let go. And as you're done, be aware of your spine. Just find whatever spots in your spine are tight. As you unwind the spine through awareness, being aware of the different spots, you're also relaxing the diaphragm. You're also relaxing the bronchioles. What is starting to happen with your body? Notice your emotions. How are your thoughts? Are you feeling something somewhere else in your body? Put your awareness on that area. Okay, let's just talk about it for a minute. Now, when we have these areas of pain, when we have these areas of tension, right? When we have these areas of discomfort or where we feel like a glitch or a heaviness in the body, you could say these are contributing factors to you having a shallow breath. They contribute to you having a stress response, to being a little bit more in fight flight, to having a little bit more rapid, repetitive, like shallow breathing, just right. And so pain does that, tension in the body, like tightness or heaviness, either it's causing it or it's a byproduct of the breath. So, that's one of the things that we do is like when we breathe into areas, is we're shifting the nervous system. If the breath is shallow, the nervous system goes to fight flight. If the breath is deep, then the body goes into rest and repair. So if there's areas in our body that need healing, by putting our attention on them, they're in a form of repetition, right? They're repeating the degenerative pattern. They're repeating the illness or the symptom, right? They're repeating the dysfunction. And so first, by putting your awareness on these areas, this begins to unfold. But when we connect it to the breath, these begin to unfold to a much greater degree, just like the diaphragm, right? So pain is a good example. My shoulder hurts. In a short amount of time, the bronchioles go into spasm, right? Because we're having a stress response. So here we're wanting to unwind the areas in our body, not because we were trying to make a symptom go away. We're trying to enhance the body's ability to heal in this area. And so, there's the areas that we can heal, feel. But what happens when you go, okay, I got an issue with my liver, or I have an issue in my small intestine. You might not feel it, but maybe your doctor said, yeah, you have some liver issues, right? You can still do the same practice on areas that might not register as pain or discomfort. Like, like, okay, I have a cholesterol issue. Let's just use something simple like that. If you tap into your body and go, feel the cholesterol, it's never going to happen. Trust me, I've tried. I haven't, but that would be a funny little experiment. You won't feel that. You won't feel that the liver is having some difficulty, right? You will just feel how you always feel, and then even when you address it, you're not going to feel a big response, but it causes a chain reaction in the body that causes your health to be compromised a little bit, right? If it's elevated. So even something like that, the more that the liver is unstressed or de-stressed and is functioning like it should, then there's a greater potential for that area to heal, right? So when we come at it from a symptom-oriented approach, even medications from your doctor, like there's a level or degree of how well it works, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, and so it works on some people and it doesn't work on other people. You go get a healing from somebody, sometimes it works, knocks it out of the park. The next person, same treatment, same person, doesn't really work that well, right? What is the difference? It's this state of the body that is unable to shift into deeper levels of healing. And when I say that it's stress, it's not mental stress, it's not emotional stress. It's physical stresses. Like when an area is not functioning well, like we go to the liver. When the liver is not functioning well, the kind of stress that there is usually what you could call mechanical stress. It's the stress of that area not being functional. It's being dysfunctional. The more dysfunctional it is, the more that it generates more mechanical stress. And again, stress aggravates and it overstimulates the degenerative process, and then it shuts the body's ability to heal. It shuts it down. So when we do these practices with the breath and we open up our awareness in these different areas, it enhances the healing of the body, but also specifically to that area, right? If you have a pain in your neck or a pain in your shoulder or a pain in your back, your body and from those areas is shifting the nervous system into like a fight flight response. Hey, there's a problem here. The body is trying to get the attention of the brain, of the nervous system, of the emotions, whatever. Right? So the more that we open up these areas, the deeper your body's ability to heal becomes, right? So what I'm going to have you do is go to one of your spots where you feel something, right? Wherever it's at. You're going to observe it for a little bit. And keep your awareness there. And with that same oil that you have, that you've been using, with your awareness on that area of your body, start taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. can tell. I can tell by the look on your face. Okay, just be still for a moment. Notice how you feel. Now, we're experimenting. This isn't necessarily a process. We're getting to know how these mechanisms work, right? It's more of an exploration than it is like this is a thing for us to do. If you look at the idea that some of these areas that are in some sort of dysfunction, that are compromised on some level, they're in a repetition, they're in a loop, right? It might be a degenerative loop, but it's still a loop, right? And so when we look at it from that point of view, anything in a loop, anything that is stressed, right? Anything that is generating fight flight is also generating lower emotion. It's mechanical. It is mechanical. It is not like maybe it is, maybe it's not. It is. You might not be completely aware of it, but it is. When we practice observation, then what happens is we shift a little bit more over into rest and repair. That is when the body goes, what is all this lower emotion stuff? We got to get rid of this. Let's gather it all up, throw it in the garbage can, get rid of it. So part of what's happening is you're increasing the body's ability to heal in a particular area. You're de-stressing it. You're shifting the part of the nervous system that is tied to the loop, the dysfunctional loop, and you're allowing for the body's healing processes to start functioning better in that area, right? But also, there might be a little bit of some emotion attached to it. Now, it's very common for people to go, well, it's tied to this situation in my past. It's tied to, and it might be, but a lot of times it's not. It's just body emotion. It's just lower emotion. It's homeostatic emotion. If your body's in fight flight, you're going to fight better if you're angry. You're going to run faster if you're afraid. You know, it's that's the way the body kind of processes these things. We need to address this problem somehow, some way. So if there's a problem, the body starts generating emotion to try to take some sort of action, but it's just areas of dysfunction in the body, right? So even by going through and doing a process like this, you're starting to diminish the impact of lower emotion on your emotional body and also on the mind. But sometimes we might stir up an area where it might be associated with an old injury. It might be um, associated with an event from your past. You know, the body does have like a kind of body memory. So one of the things that you can do is not just mechanically go through these steps, but to use the breath and connect to each of these areas so that these areas can transmute that emotion, right? So you're going to put your awareness on your low back. You're not going to inhale yet. You're just going to have your awareness on your low back, the backside of your navel. Now, this area transmutes blockages in the body itself. So, if there's an area in your body that is having a difficult time healing, it makes this area overwork, or this area is not working like it should, right? So, here we're just having our awareness on that low back area, the backside of the navel. And with that same oil you've been using for your breath, you're going to take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Taking about 20 breaths, and then you're just being still. Now, move your awareness to the area between your shoulder blades. This is your back heart. This will transmute the emotion. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your back heart. What's up, feeling? Good. When you're done, just be still. You're just being still. Hey, your awareness is going to be on your crown. You're going to take long, slow, deep breaths, about 20, do it your own pace, with your awareness on the crown. And then just be still. Notice your body, your emotions. Notice your thoughts. Okay, so how about we process what happened, how you feel, share experiences, ask questions. Let's unmute ourselves or type in. Mhm.
So when we're transmuting with the back main man, that's the sonomic part, or is that
The sympathetic. So like when he's asking about like when we're doing the backside of the navel, it's basically breaking up any sort of blockage or sympathetic nervous system activity in the body.
in the body?
Yeah. And then when we get up to the back heart, it's more in the emotional part.
Okay.
And then when we get to the crown, it's the repetition in the mind
Oh,
or negative things that might be in the mind. Sometimes, I would say like when I was younger and I was having difficulty even in the body, like I would, an injury or, something was sick or something, I would kind of judge myself and think that there was something wrong with me or I did something bad or something. And so it's kind of a reaction to the body, then the emotions, and then the mind. And then the mind just starts going to weird places. And so you're transmuting some of that,
okay.
And so, yeah, that idea that like again, sometimes that thing like if you're sick, like you're doing something bad, I mean, sometimes it might be in the way that we were raised, like, like the family, the parents might have thought that or the grandparents or whatever, but also some of that's in just your biology. Like that it's not that you're bad, but it starts off as that there's something compromised in the body, and then eventually, by the time it gets to the mind has translated it in a very different way, and you kind of go, whoa, ugh, I must have done something wrong because there's a pain there or something. When life happens, but it's not necessarily how the body processed it. And so, like, those thoughts are almost like body thoughts that have been translated into some sort of thought process, but it's from the point of view of the body. but our mind takes it and kind of identifies it and puts it in like this is part of my character or this is part of, you know, uh, the body generates a lot of thought as well as emotion. And so it's just thoughts that get generated by the body.
It's kind of
Yeah.
like a two-way street,
Yeah.
actually, because you
Eh,
can get into this mental thing,
Yeah.
and then it really stresses you out,
Right.
and then it goes and manifests
Right.
somewhere.
Right. And it's like how the body's trying to communicate with the mind. And so, the tendency of the mind is will kind of take it on as like, because if you look at it, this is the predicament of intellect. Intellect thinks it stimulates everything. So then the body says, "Hey, I have a problem." And then the emotions are like, "Yeah, there's a problem." And then it gets up to the mind. Then the mind goes, "Well, if I'm the source of everything and I'm the reason why everything happens, then it must be my fault."
Right.
Right? Like there's something wrong with me because this is happening. And it's like, no, your body just has that issue.
It's just,
Like,
well,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
no. So one more thing too. So can that kind of body pain, tension migrate from place to place?
Yeah. So what he's saying is like, can like body tension or pain migrate? It can, but it most likely what's happened is there's this.
Oh, it's a stacking,
Yeah, like it's a stack. And then
like bricklaying.
yeah, and so you feel the primary pain or the primary discomfort, and then you raise that off and you go, "Oh, thank God that's gone." And then you go, "But now I feel it over here." It was always over there. Like you were always feeling it. It's just the first pain was overriding your ability to perceive those other areas. So, there's that old joke is like, my shoulder hurts, and then somebody stomps on their foot and they go, now your shoulder doesn't hurt, right? It's because the pain of being your foot being stomped on is maybe that was just in my family, but that was like a thing that they would say, right? The pain in the foot overrides the pain in wherever it's at, the shoulder or whatever. And it's not that the shoulder pain went away, it's just now you can't perceive it because you're usually only feeling the primary spot. And so as you unwind, you go, "Ugh, now there's this spot. That was always there." And then you unwind that and you go, "Wow, now there's this other spot." And you're unwinding the different kinds of tensions in the body that make the body be in like that stress state or that degenerative state. And so as you go through and you start unwinding these things, it does feel like it's bouncing, right? But really, it's just there. Now you're just going, okay, got rid of that one, check. Now go that one, check. Now that one, check. So you're just kind of systematically unwinding the body rather than going, I'm gonna follow this process. Like you're just doing this unwinding. And it'll be different for everybody. Like some people it might be an ache or a pain, some people it might be tension, but if you look at like tension in the jaw, for example, that's the tip of the iceberg. Like there's other things that are making the jaw tense up. Could be an injury, could be the body's, wound up, could be a shallow breath, like it could be all kinds of things. But usually, like if there's tension here, there's a problem somewhere else that is then reflected here. Yeah. Yeah.
And you can unmute yourself, guys. You can raise your hand in the chat. You can also type into the chat. I'll actually make it so you can type just to the main chat as well, but just know that will go so everyone can see it. And you can always send messages in the chat over to Plant Prana Oils or to Apothecary Geek. Someone shared, I know I always say this, but new favorite technique.
And the technique is really just exploration. You know what I mean? It's like you're almost going, I'm not going to just do a process. I'm just going to explore the body and observe the body. And I guess in a way it is a technique. It's a technique of no technique. There was technique in there though. I can't really say that because we did the Ming Men back hard crown and but like here we could have just like fired through and gone, okay, this is for this symptom and this is for that symptom and this is how you deepen the breath. But like really when you start unpacking, like what does it mean to unwind the breath and deepen the breath? Ugh, there's so much to it. There's so much potential. But, we get so symptom oriented that we just kind of go, okay, but what's the next thing? We got to make something happen. But when you just start going, oh, let's just let the body do what it's going to do. And let's just keep nudging the body to like a repair mode, a healing mode. And even if you just take something like the breath and just, oh, let's really keep unwinding it. I mean, I call that a good Sunday afternoon or something where you're just like, waking up, napping, do a little more, nap some more. I mean, it's a way to really let the body unwind. Yeah.
Well, until somebody else jumps in, I'll share as well. Because when we first had the body awareness, it was like, oh, I could put my awareness all sorts of places, but I could feel my diaphragm was tight. And I also had the thought, well, when you unwind the diaphragm, a lot of these other things will probably unwind. But it caused movement. And my mind just was like, almost like the body started to move and then the mind was like, okay, let's grind on things, let's keep this loop, let's figure this out, let's do this, let's like, and it just
Mhm.
like went on a
Yeah, you
rampage.
could see it on your face.
It was like,
You look like,
and so then when we start doing the transmutation process, it was really uncomfortable in the Ming Ming. And my like the base where I've hit the bottom of my tailbone, it was like pain. It was
Mhm,
like, no, remember this.
mhm,
But I kept awareness on the Ming Ming. And then when we got to the back heart, finally after so many breaths, it was like, okay. Like the emotional like thing
mhm,
about it. The mind was really still active. And I was like, okay, we'll get to the mental part, but
mhm.
like I was much more calm. And when we got to the crown and let go, I was like, okay, now it's a lot more quiet.
Right. So, like, I mean, she brings up a good point is like, here it's not just like, oh, there's tension in the body. There was injury sites, and then the body compensates. And, part of what happens with trauma or injury is the body does start to go into these loops. And, you're kind of like, in a way, you're kind of challenging the repetition, you're challenging the loop,
Right.
you're challenging the intellect or the homeostasis. And, the first phase of that is still kind of in an intellectual way. So a lot of times what happens when you put your awareness on a particular area, it sometimes will feel a little worse before it feels better, because the defense goes, ugh, you're not gonna break this. And then you just kind of sit there like a little puppy with those puppy eyes, and then pretty soon the body's like, you're not gonna break this loop. Okay, I can't stand it. I'm gonna pet the puppy, right? And then all of a sudden, something starts to shift. And so I go back to like in my early years, in my teens, I was always having really bad migraines. And back then, I don't even know that I saw a doctor about it, but they didn't really have a lot of treatment for it other than, you go get like Excedrin from the drugstore and take that. And, nothing was working. And I had tried some herbs and there wasn't very good oils out at the time in the US. It was still a lot of synthetics and so I was still playing with that stuff, but it wasn't very therapeutic. And so one day I was just super frustrated and I was like, well, when I get these migraines, it's debilitating and I can't function in the day. So I'm just gonna sit and be still and relax into the migraine because I could feel like I would like my hands would start to fist up and like my I'd have a lot of body tension. And I was like, I gotta be able to stay functional when I have pain in my head like this. Like that was my rationale. And so I sat and I just observed the pain and I go, okay, I'm just relaxing into it. And I gotta say, the first like 2 minutes, it got substantially worse. Like I was like, this is probably a really dumb idea. But I'm also a little bit stubborn. So I was like, well, I'm just gonna keep leaning into it. I'm just gonna see how bad this gets. And you know, it started to peak and get a little more intense. And then all of a sudden it started shifting and it started diminishing, 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 diminishing. And I was like, this is interesting. And diminishing. And then it was like a low grade migraine. And I was like, man, I could get through the day with where it's at right now. But I was like, but I still want to see where this goes. And, it completely went away. And I was a little bit tired, you know, but I had also shifted my body out of fight flight. And so I think I laid down and took like a little 15 or 20-minute nap. And I woke up and I was like, oh, I feel better. Like I still feel like something happened, but I feel better. And then, went about my day and whatever. That was the last migraine I ever had, you know, and why the migraines were there. Migraines can have a lot of different reasons, but I suspect, I had some body misalignments, but I also probably think it was some emotions as well. And, could be homeostatic emotions, could me just being a teenager, who knows? And, but with going through and doing that process, like I shifted out of that stuff and then they just never returned. Yeah, they just never returned. And so the idea is you're just trying to shift the body into a place where it can heal itself. And that is the intuitive mind. Yeah.
So I had an experience when we were doing the different body awareness things. Um, I was having like it wasn't the first thing. This was after we did the diet, like the first body awareness, and my shoulder was like pulsing and like having this weird like
Also
real.
an injury site, yeah.
I
Kind of
actually,
your neck
yeah,
and
probably. Oh yeah, I didn't
yeah,
even think about that
yeah.
because it was initially hurting on my back shoulder, but the pulsing was here in my front. And I was just like, okay, I just do the body awareness thing. And like I've tried it with the headaches and it hasn't really
Hmm.
worked so well. But with that, I could literally, it went away. Like the
Hmm.
pulsing, everything just kind of, I was like, oh, yeah, it reminded me of your headache thing
Hmm.
actually when it was happening.
Nice.
Oh,
Okay.
go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Miss Barbara.
Hey there. I'm so glad you had us continue the breaths for at least 20 because I was sort of, and then I got to about 15 and I started yawning like crazy. And
Yeah.
usually they happen before that. And I'm just curious,
Yeah.
what's the mechanism that makes that us tap into that sooner rather than later in the breathing process?
I would say that, I go back to the idea that the body might be in a stress state. But the stress state is usually mechanical. Like it's not like an emotional stress or mental stress is that sometimes when it takes a little bit longer, there's something going on in the body that you're having to kind of penetrate and go a little bit longer. And so usually what you're breaking through is mechanical stress. Like even the idea of mechanical stress can be, okay, I have an elevated hip or an elevated shoulder. Boom, mechanical stress. You know, you have an ache or pain. Boom, mechanical stress. the kidneys aren't functioning, or the jaws are a little tight or something. Boom, mechanical stress. I have a little bit of an infection in my sinuses. Boom, mechanical stress. So the stresses are usually like something is compromised isn't the best word. Like maybe just not functioning like it should, or is trying to go through the healing process, but something's getting stuck. And so by sitting with it longer, you're kind of breaking through that mechanical stress, because even the mechanical stress can become like an overall body thing, you know. And so you're usually just penetrating through something. I mean, it could be poor sleep, it could be projections from other people, it could be being in a chaotic environment. Um, I can't remember where it was, but we had a very bad hotel experience one time. And we're on the road, and we just stopped and got a hotel, and there wasn't very many choices. Remember, and it was that really bad hotel, and we had a flight that we had to get to early in the morning, and so we just needed like 4 or 5 hours of sleep and then get on the flight. And the idea was like, oh, we'll get some rest in the hotel. The hotel was horrible. I mean, it was just like, the cliche bad hotel. And we both, Samantha and I both woke up in a very stressed state. Like, I don't know that we did ourselves any favors. We probably would have done better sleeping in the car. And wasn't like that a weird event happened, but the environment was just, I mean, it was not a nice hotel, but it just felt chaotic. And so, like, in that chaotic space, like, our body was like, really? I'm supposed to put my guard down and go to sleep in this place? Not gonna happen. And like, we woke up, and I mean, it took us like a couple of days to shake that off. Like, it was like a year or two ago or something. And um, so it could even be like a byproduct of the environment. It doesn't always mean it's something in the body. It can be something outside of us.
It was a good lesson in doing the breath for longer than I think maybe I need to, because I really didn't tap into that sort of yawning release until, like I said, at least 15 breathing cycles. Until I got to the crown, and that was about 5, and it took off.
Yeah, there you go. And like, did it took the longest like on the Ming Men or on the back hard?
Both of those, and even the things we were doing before that, before we did
Okay.
the pattern, just the breathing.
Yeah.
It was like 15 breaths before I started to yawn and all that.
Yeah.
But I could feel tension in my head at some point, and we got to the crown and it started moving almost
Nice.
immediately.
Okay.
But, so
Well, good.
15 seemed to be the magic number. Thank you.
And then somebody shared, I started to fall asleep and dropped the hiss out.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Okay. So how about we'll come back at 5 after the hour, and we'll do another little exploration with something else. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes. Hey, everybody. So it's still, if there's any shares or questions, you had time to process that. And if not, I'm going to jump into another experiment.
Yeah, I say go ahead and jump in. Everyone's kind of quiet still, so.
Okay. So I'm going to draw upon when from the oils to choose from that went out in the flyer and everything, line 4. I'll read them off to you, but here are your choices. Rosemary verbenan, some form of pine, could be Sylvester, it could be black, could be white. There's other pines too, but at least one of those three. Black spruce, Sitka, some form of eucalyptus, some form of thyme, sage, tea tree, cajuput, neoli, ravensara, and then choices of blends are respiratory protection, travel guard, or respiratory support.
And if you got the optional kit for purchase, it's travel guard.
I think that also might be my new favorite.
It's definitely my new favorite.
Yeah. Travel guard was meant to be kind of like an all-in-one when you traveled, like, good for respiratory stuff, good for potentially preventing respiratory related issues that are contagious, and then also um, soothing to the emotions, but then also could be used for like gum health, like, any sort of oral hygiene issue. So this idea is, we've deepened the breath and everything, but like enhancing our body's protective mechanism, which, you wouldn't think of like fending off viruses and bacteria is helping the body to feel calm, soothed, feeling safe, feeling less chaotic. But that's what happens is you kind of calm the body down in a way that, again, if the body is generating a response that then impacts emotions and then eventually the mind, firming up the body's ability to feel safe in environments like from viruses and bacterias, um, it has a calming and soothing effect on not just the respiratory tract, but on the body, the emotions, the mind. So you have one of those oils. And first, feel how you feel, your body, your emotions, your mind. And then start taking some long, slow, deep breaths, about 20 breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then when you get to about 20 deep breaths, just pause and be still. And just being still. So to like better understand the nature of like preventing contagious conditions, you're basically tapping into the defense mechanisms of the body, especially the immune system. A big area for the defense mechanisms is the bottom of the tailbone or the basic chakra, right? And so without inhaling right now, just put your awareness on the bottom of your tailbone and the basic chakra, and just feel the state of your basic chakra. It's not something that we easily perceive, but it might cause agitation in the body that we feel the agitation, but we really don't go, oh, that's so basic chakra. That is such a basic chakra thing to be like behaving like this. And so the basic chakra is a bit harder to perceive. We don't have feeling like we do in the heart or the solar plexus, the navel, the Mingmen, or even the sex chakra. We don't quite have feeling there, but you know, it's very tied to the body and tension in the body. So just sit and put your awareness on the basic chakra, just like we put our awareness on the body. You're just on the bottom of the tailbone and see what you notice. Hey, let that go for a moment. Now you're going to take that same oil that you were using, the very same oil, and you're just going to inhale. You're not directing it to any part of your body. You're just taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths, about 20. And then when you're done, just let go. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. Check in with it. Okay. Compare that to the first time you put your awareness on the basic. Could you feel a difference when your awareness was on a basic for a period of time? What did you notice?
Or like I'm sinking in, like, you kind of fall into something, like sort of it's going deep, deep, deep.
Deeper into something. And did you notice like you got a little sleepy maybe? Okay. So if we look at it from this point of view, regardless of the cause, most forms of insomnia are a basic related issue. The body, like, you think about, like, you go to the drugstore and you go, okay, I'm gonna get some Tylenol PM to try to help me sleep. The PM part of that Tylenol is Benadryl. It's just simply a thing for allergies.
Yeah.
And so part of what happens is if the body doesn't feel safe, right? If the body doesn't feel safe, it doesn't go, okay, put your guard down, go to sleep. It's like, okay, I'm gonna let you sleep, kind of, but you're gonna have to keep your guard up all night while you're sleeping. Like, your body's gonna stay in this agitated state. And, there's several contributing factors, right? It's not just like it's just tied to this breath or this idea, but if the immunity is off, a lot of times your sleep is off. The nervous system, yes, that could be a contributing factor too. But this center is also tied to, you know, your muscular system, both your skeletal muscle, your muscle of your gut and of the respiratory tract, and the cardiac muscle. And so if it feels like harm is a potential, and here we're just talking about harm of viruses, bacterias, fungi, things of that sort, then the body not really going, well, there's a big difference between a virus and a guy with a baseball bat, right? The body just sees harm and harm. Like, it doesn't differentiate like the way the mind differentiates. So the body goes, got to stay in protective mode. I got to stay in my protective state. Otherwise, something's going to get me, right? So this idea of playing around with building up your your defense mechanism, especially towards the breath, toward the respiratory tract, it allows the body to go, like Samantha said, she felt like she was going into something, relaxing into something. And what was your experience?
Yeah. Got clearer, kind of crisper.
Yeah,
Like before it was just kind of like, I saw the
Yeah.
circle kind of thing,
right,
but it was kind of darker. There was no colors associated. It
right.
was kind of just more nebulous, but the next time I went in, it was kind of crisper, lighter kind
Okay.
of thing.
So he was saying it felt crisper or lighter. It, so I go to myself, like, in the early days of doing like energy work, you would put your awareness on different energy centers. Whenever I would get to the basic chakra, I was always super uncomfortable. Like, I don't know what it is, but like, the heart, like, the solar plexus might be a little dirty, but then it feels like okay. And like, you kind of expand, you get to the basic chakra, and it's like, I don't know. And I noticed my attention would bounce away a lot. And, you know, part of that is just the overstimulation of the protective mechanism. Even me putting my attention on the basic chakra is like, get away, move on, nothing to see here, move on, move on. It's still in protective mode. And I lived a long time in that state. And so that idea of, even when we do protection practices and things like that, I mean, that's part of what you're doing is you're trying to allow the body to feel that it's in a more comfortable spot or a safer spot. But part of it is also just your immunity. Like, if you strengthen the immunity, your potential tension in the body goes down. And a lot of our exposure to outside viruses and bacterias are going to be airborne. Like, it is, a lot of it is airborne, you know. And so this plays a significant role in this weird kind of mechanism in the body, right? So we're going to still use the same oil that you're using, but now we're going to do it with our awareness on the basic. So before you start inhaling, put your awareness on the basic chakra. And you're going to maintain your awareness on the bottom of the tailbone. And you're going to take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Same oil. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Or about 20 breaths, just let it go. Pay attention to your basic chakra. Mhm. Yeah, very interesting, isn't it? Okay. So Dan's here. He was asking if there's an ajna component. The ajna and the basic are very connected, and the ajna regulates all the chakras. So like somewhat, yeah. But like the big component here would also be the back heart. So we're gonna practice awareness again. We're not gonna inhale. Like put your awareness on your back heart and just notice how that feels. You're not inhaling anything. You're just doing back heart. Your awareness is between your shoulder blades. And let's go ahead and inhale the oil, and your awareness is on that back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. And when you're done, you can just let go. Just observe your body. How do you feel? When you check in with the body, isn't there like a kind of calmness or stillness, like a kind of peace that is like, if I could have this yumminess every night right before I go to bed, sleeping would be amazing, right? How does that feel to you? Samantha gave me her favorite mudra. Yeah, it's very calming, very soothing to the body. And if you notice, like your emotions feel calm, your mind feels calm, everything's feeling pretty okay, right? I can read your mind. It's very nice, right? Anybody have a share? Share a question. You can unmute yourself or type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Hello. That was really cool. The first go around, I could feel the tissue around the sacrum
Mhm.
relaxing,
Sure.
and then a storm of stuff came up.
Hmm.
And then the second go around, it was uh, very similar to what Samantha had stated too. It's like I could really tune in and go deep into the tailbone.
Hmm.
So it just kind of flushed all that out.
Hmm.
And then this last one was like, wow, this is great. So, very relaxing. And I'm curious if I wanted to work more in that area and like release the tension. One of the oils I was using Sitka. Would you recommend a different one?
Um, I think any of those oils listed, like I'm getting back
Hmm.
to my,
Like one better than the others, maybe the question.
yeah. You could play with different ones just to see if something kind of resonated with you more.
Okay.
Sitka's, you're asking the wrong person to say, is there something different than Sitka? Because, I love me some Sitka. Like,
Uh-huh.
you know, I always kind of joke that, my favorite oil is usually in my hand.
Yeah.
But even if Sitka's not in my hand, I'm like, and then another thing about Sitka, like, like I love Sitka. And
So,
so I try not to project that onto you guys, but I love Sitka.
okay.
And so it, I would say anything in that list, um, the idea of the travel guard was made kind of for that. Like
Hmm.
it's can treat a wide range. What I was trying to do is like, we're putting together like a travel kit. And I was like, okay, how can I treat a wide range of respiratory issues? How can I also like oral health. How can
Hmm.
I do like prevention for infection as well as maybe treatment? And granted, it's not going to be the best thing that you could do, but like if you went, okay, I can go to a desert island and I only have 5 oils, which ones am I going to take? Like you got to cover a lot of ground with something, you know?
Absolutely. You just
And
held my luggage.
yeah, right. And so and then also the idea of bringing that peace and stillness is also very activating to the heart. And so if you were looking for like, oh, which one should I do? Any of them will
Yep.
will
Hmm.
nudge you in that direction. But Travel Guard was kind of made specifically for like what we're talking about.
Okay, great.
And so, I mean, you could give that a shot.
Okay.
Um, Respiratory support and respiratory protection were both made for um, uh, exposure to COVID, back in the day, like prevention
Hmm.
of COVID. And then all the single oils, pine's a great respiratory tonic. Um, Eucalyptus, obviously, thyme, sage, tea tree, all those things are very antiviral, antibacterial. Um,
Okay.
they would all work. Um,
Yeah.
the one that I didn't put here that I could have is bay laurel. Bay
Oh, I
laurel
love
kind of
Baylor.
made that
Yeah.
list. In fact, I'm gonna,
That's kind of like my thing.
And as you're
yeah.
talking, maybe I
Yeah.
can be even more specific. What I felt
Hmm.
was coming out was really old fear and terror, and at the same
Sure,
time, worry it's going to happen again. So it's
sure.
almost like I don't know. Um,
Yeah,
okay.
that makes sense because like even if you think about both you and Samantha's first like round. like, you guys pierced it much faster than I did. Like you feel like, I don't know what's going on here. And then the second time you're like, kind of feel like you go into something, right?
Yeah. Hmm.
And, really another way of saying that is you kind of, use the key to get past the security parameters that,
Okay.
you know what I mean? And
Hmm.
then from there, like other things can happen. But a lot of times what we do is we keep knocking on that door and, we don't have the secret key or the secret handshake or whatever. And, you know, it just kind of leaves like its guard up.
Absolutely.
And because I've had periods where I've had, it's been a long time, but I've had periods where I had some really bad insomnia. And looking back, my guard was just up.
Yeah.
I was kind of going through some difficult times. It wasn't so much that like I was, but like my environment and some people I was interacting with, it wasn't pleasant times. And uh I don't know that I could go, I didn't feel safe. My body didn't feel safe. My emotion mind's like was like, yeah, we'll work our way through this. This is, not the end of the world. It's weird, but it's not the end of the world. And my body perceived it very differently. And,
Hmm.
you know, just never let me completely shut down. And again, the body perceives very differently than the mind.
Yeah.
And
It was like,
so to
hmm.
unwind that, it even kind of takes attention out of like the muscle, like you're saying, because your
Hmm.
muscle is also kind of a way to protect your spine and your gut. And
Yep.
so when you go into defense mode, your muscles kind of go, ugh. And then when it feels safe, it goes, ah, But if it doesn't feel safe, it just is like, okay, I'm gonna go to sleep now. Okay, good night. Ugh. It's like it. And so even injuries, that's why you see somebody, when I was treating people like from the mass shootings or bombings or whatever,
Hmm.
even like car accidents, but more so like those kinds of attacks. Usually within a year, they had significant immune related issues. Didn't have them. And then that event happened. And at first they were kind of, working through the trauma and everything. But eventually, like a year and a half out, immune issues. They'd get sick 4 or 5 times in a cold and flu season or something. And part
Hmm.
of that is like if you think about it, like if you had a task that you really needed to get done, do you give it to the calm, collected person that is listening to what you said, making eye contact, and goes, "Okay, I understand what you said," and then goes, does it? Or the frantic person going, "Where's those papers? I can't find my keys."
Well, I would have to say that if you work in
Right,
an environment where everyone's like that, there's no
right,
discernment.
right. So, but like in an environment like that, the body also doesn't feel safe.
Absolutely. Yeah.
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 So then the guard goes up. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's fantastic. So I guess I should have, as you were talking about the secret key, I guess the secret key was Sitka. So we'll go with that.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you so very much. That was fantastic.
We'll have our secret Sitka club meeting later. So
Okay. Fantastic. I look forward to
yeah.
it.
Uh,
So, we had, oh, go ahead, Dan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you just kind of, I think, hit the nail on the head for me with my work relationship.
mhm.
That there's so much fear. I mean, you can tell there's fear from their leadership. I'm sure what echoes through my management is it comes to them too, right?
Yeah, sure.
And they're just like, dude, you didn't do this. You didn't put that status into the ticket quick enough, and they're getting pinged. So I get pinged, and
Mhm,
it's just like that kind of like, hurry up and do this, and then we wait, and then hurry up and do this. But it's just the unsettled feeling in the body
mhm,
that sometimes the mind just doesn't comprehend,
mhm.
and you're
Yeah.
just kind of like in this disconnect or
Right,
limbo.
right,
And
right.
then when you, I guess, when you're trying to sleep or relax or whatever you're trying to do,
Mhm.
just kind of get through it. It's not smooth,
Right.
you're kind of always in this guarded
Yeah,
state.
main guarded state. Yep.
Uh, Just kind of put it all together and kind of connected all the dots there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is kind of, I mean, a lot of these things are environmental, you know? Yeah. So I know we probably have more questions and everything, but I need a bathroom break myself. So how about we break and we'll do lunch and then we'll come back and then we'll still do shares and questions and let's still hold off giving them the booklet. We'll do the booklet a little bit later after lunch.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. And so I still want to do some experiments in a little bit, and then we'll start talking about the booklet and things. But so how about we'll come back at, let's see, 1:50 or yeah, an hour and a half from now. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. And I think we left off in the middle of doing shares and questions. And so let's go ahead and continue. We're in our experiment phase, and then we'll go back to the way it was before, but we're still experimenting. So go ahead and let's do shares if you have some.
Yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey.
Hey there. Well, this was an experience I did not expect. Um, Still collecting myself after sniffing ginger lily. When we started with our awareness on the basic,
Uh-huh.
I was aware of this connection between the basic and the crown, and my spine felt very clear, and it was gentle and nice and just really clear. And then when you had us start inhaling, I had the sense of the energy present of my friend whose funeral I went to 2 days ago.
Oh, yeah.
And there was this theme in the air of regret, not mine,
Right.
but that felt the energy, and I was trying to shift that. And when you took us to the back heart, this torrent of energy just came pouring out. Just stunning amount of energy came out.
Like it felt like a release or
Yeah, like huge
yeah, release. Yeah.
release. Um,
Were were you with that person when they passed or
I was not. I had seen him 2 days prior, but he
prior?
was heavily sedated, and I'm not
Okay.
didn't have the sense he knew I was there,
Yeah.
but I don't know. Um, I went for a walk on the break, and almost immediately I was in this huge agitation for this swarm of a single no-see-um that was buzzing around my face, but it felt like a swarm, and I was just incredibly agitated. And I thought, well, okay, this is interesting. I did my 40-minute walk, and the agitation seemed to level off. And then I came back and pulled out the ginger lily and put my awareness on the back heart. A little movement, but then I put it on the basic and felt a lot more energy again. Not what I expected using tea tree, but or
Yeah.
using
What did you
basic at
use?
all. But for the
What
process, I used tea tree, which
tea tree? Yeah. Tea tree has a lot of surprises, you know. But the thing also is I think, having your friend pass, not too far ago, not too far ago, not too long ago. Um and like even the thing like you said you're walking and just the little agitation from the bug in the face is I'd say you know how I think it was last weekend when we were talking about the different parts of the tuning into the divine calm and we were talking about the storms the idea of storms being the unconscious. But, like if I think about for a majority of my life, when I think of unconscious, I think of these like deep, dark rooms that, I don't want to know what's inside and, all these things. But really, the unconscious is just aspects beyond the five senses. And even you could say clairvoyance is, or intuition is your ability to tap into the unconscious. And that your friend was passing just a few days ago. When we're close to somebody, it's like very similar to like when you go to a funeral. It kind of changes your perspective and you start like looking at life and like, oh, I gotta make these changes, or you see things in a different way. And the thing with the like using that storm blend, that storm blend, it wasn't just for that class, is it's tied to one of the steps of, like, if you look at what intuition or clairvoyance is, it's like a series, it's a process. So it's a series of these like little events, right? And the first one is that idea of storms where you're going beyond the senses. You're dealing with something that's like potentially in the unconscious. But part of what happens when we go beyond the senses is it's like how we were talking about going to sleep. Like, why would I go to sleep and relax when I don't feel safe or I don't feel whatever? That's very much built in our biology. It's not something that we conjure up or a story we make up in our head. It is a biological response. And really what we have to do is kind of learn how to temper that, or at least go, that's my body. Like, that's not me, that's my body. Right. And so in the first stage of really having a clairvoyant observation is, for one, you have the kind of the courage or the whatever you want to call it to go beyond the senses, because you're kind of letting go of control. Like when you step away from intellect, you're not out of control, but you're not in your normal, like, oh, this is the things I know. This is, I know what to do. I know how to control it. You're stepping into this place where you're like, I don't know what's going to happen. Right. And so with that, there comes a kind of agitation of sorts. And, it usually passes, but that is usually one of the big stumbling blocks in the early stages of clairvoyance. And when I say the early stages, it's not like, oh, I'm doing it and I'm new at it and it's the early stage. It's the early stage, no matter how experienced you are. Like, as soon as you step beyond the senses, the first stage is like, I'm beyond the senses. There is this like agitation.
Mm.
Doesn't matter how long you've been doing it. Like, that is always there because it's your biology. You're having to temper the biology. And so even our spiritual experiences that are very, very expansive, are going beyond like what the mind can perceive, is of that. And so I would say that with all of that, being near a person when they're passing, or sometimes even an animal, and then on top of that, being so close to the person, you kind of get pushed to that place beyond the senses for a little bit. And so I would say the potential for getting agitated is a little bit greater there, not because of the person passing, like the life and whatever, but it's because you got pushed out of that idea of your normal everyday thinking. And so, that's why you isolate and reflect, or you go to the top of a mountain and reflect. It's because there's no stimuli that would be necessarily agitating. And so, you know, your friend, when somebody passes like that, their presence can be felt for a little while. And I would say, probably a lot of the emotion you might have been releasing might have been more about the connection with the person and feeling kind of what they felt. But still, like that's the purpose of even having like a celebration of them, or people getting together and think of them and telling stories. And it kind of helps them in their process. It's even the idea of like the bardo or doing mantras, like that kind of helps them in their process on the other side. And so, you know it was probably tied to that. Whenever I do like bardos or processes for people, and a lot of times it's people I don't know or I've not met. I might know of them in prayer petitions, or they're a friend of or a relative of a student or something. Um, like I can kind of feel something like that happening, and I don't even have a connection to them like how you had with your friend. And so, yeah, I chalk that up to connection to your friend, helping your friend process and move through the inner worlds. Um, you know, and especially a couple of days out, a lot of times it takes several days for them to even realize that they've passed. And so, there could be a little bit of that.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's a great thing to sit and reflect on your friend, think happy thoughts about them, or just think about them, put your awareness on the heart, even for the next few days, because it will help them in their transition time.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's quite a blessing for somebody to have people doing that. That's why the opposite is when somebody's passed, in several traditions, they like leave the body alone, don't touch the body, don't be upset around the body, don't do all those things, because the opposite can happen, so
That
uh,
sounds a bit Tibetan.
what's that? Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm.
So
Thank you so much.
you're so welcome.
And someone's asking, I'm assuming this is something we can do before bed?
Yes, yeah. I mean, it was kind of an experiment, but you look at like you're really kind of protecting the respiratory system, and you're protecting the body from potential infection, and just regulating different processes in the body. I mean, even like a little bit of a tonic for the respiratory system with some of the oils, and reducing a little bit of inflammation and all of those things. But if your body is able to go into a deeper relaxed state, then your stages of sleep will get better, and then even the rebooting of the immune system, nervous system, endocrine, and muscular system happens with the deeper sleep. And so, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a process for sleep, but if you do it, you'll probably sleep better, like bottom line. And, y- you know, we get very symptom oriented about like, okay, I'm not sleeping. What do I use for sleep? And sometimes you just have to start unwinding things. And doing the process that we did before lunch, a great way to start unwinding things, you know.
I'm having difficulty finding particular feelings. I fell asleep during the first break and I feel relaxed now, but I'm wondering whether this is working. I am doubting am I doubting myself? Do you have any comments?
I'm not sure finding feelings of,
Greg, that's me. This is Margot.
hey, Michael.
Hi. I just am not I mean, I just don't feel feelings like, you'll say what are your emotions? What are your feelings and so forth? And I just don't, I mean, I'm not aware of any
Yeah,
particular
that's not necessarily a bad
things.
thing. I mean, sometimes if the emotions are calm, you go, okay, how are your emotions? And you're like, eh. You know,
Yeah.
I used to be around this one person. They'd go, "What are you thinking about right now?" And I'd go, "Nothing." And they'd go, "No, really, what are you thinking about?" I was like, "Nothing." There. What's the thought in your head? I was like, "Truly, nothing." Like I don't have anything in my head. And you know, the idea being that like you might have had a repetitive mind before. And so even when you go, okay, check in with your mind, and then you go, I really don't have anything there. Excellent. Like I mean, because it's not sedated and it's not that you're like suppressing thoughts, it's that the mind is regulated and you're more in an observation mode rather than the bap, the monkey mind where it's just like,
Yeah.
and what about this? And what about that? And then tomorrow I'm gonna, like we all have that from time to time. But the more that we can step away from it, even when you're being intellectual, you'll be a better intellectual person if the mind is quiet and regulated, because you won't get like tricked by going down weird rabbit holes and distractions and things like that. And so like the concentration becomes more one pointed, but in that one pointedness, it also produces a greater level of potential awareness. And so, you know, the emotions being regulated, there's always things brewing in the body a little bit, but the more we do these processes, they flesh out. But if you don't have like emotions filling up or weird tension, I mean, you would know you would be going, okay, I feel peaceful, and then your mind would bounce somewhere. And so that you're able just to sit and go, I really don't have any strong emotions or um, that's quite good.
Well, so I keep feeling like, am I kidding myself? Like, am I, since I don't have any particular feelings. I, you know,
Right.
so I guess I'm trying to second guess myself or something.
There is kind of like a clinical name for that. And um, I think the clinical name is called inner peace.
Hmm.
And it's a peaceful state, but we get so used to that was my old joke with clients back
Okay.
in the day. I was
Yeah.
like, it's called inner peace. But it's like we get so used to being like, when it goes away, you're like, something's wrong. I mean, I literally used to, I went through a year about a year doing this. Is something wrong with me? Because like I should be upset about this, and I'm kind of not.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
so, like, what's wrong with me? And so, you know, it took me a while to realize, like, oh, I just don't have the stress response that I did, and I feel more peaceful than I used to. And it's not that like a situation would be upsetting, but I could see that it was upsetting without getting riled up. And so I talked this out with a spiritual teacher, and the teacher had a very surprising answer. And he goes, "Yeah, Yeah, and he's listening to me. And then he goes, but it does present a problem that, like, sometimes when you're in a group or like you're with your family and everybody's all upset at something and then you're not, he goes, people will perceive that as that you don't care.
Mm.
And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, so you have to pretend to be upset sometimes. Like, oh, and the pretending was just like, that's so upsetting. That is so upsetting. He goes, you don't have to, lose your emotions or, throw a fit or cry. You can validate that it's upsetting and then just be calm. But he said, you know, people around might not understand while you're not reacting because he said the average person reacts. And what's happening is your reaction levels are going down. And so then you can kind of cognitively process things a little bit more. And you can go, yeah, that's upsetting, but I don't have to lose my mind because it's upsetting. And so I think it's normal to question yourself. And I think that if this was some sort of like checkout or dissociation or something like that, you wouldn't be questioning yourself.
Ah,
You wouldn't be going, you know, like there's this old saying, like you ask a person, are you a good man? And if they go, yes, it's probably not. But if the person goes like, oh, I don't know, like time will tell. That's what a good man says. You know what I mean? Like they're
Yeah.
questioning themselves. They're like, oh God, I'm not sure. Like I hope I'm a good man, but like the one that confidently says, of course I'm a good man, probably not the best guy. You
yeah.
know what I mean? And so even if you look at it from the point of view that you're questioning that state, means that it's not a defense mechanism, it's not a coping mechanism, it's something genuine and it's something that you're trying to make sense out of, but you're not necessarily in a reactive place. And so, I'd say over the years in therapy, there was times where, um, through the processes, people would begin to have like a kind of inner peace, and it flipped them out a little bit. They really saw it as a condition that needed to be resolved rather than this is what inner peace feels like. Because like if you think about it, the solar plexus loves the roller coaster ride. The ups and the downs, the ups and the downs, and the ups and the downs. This is horrible. Oh, I'm so upset. So really, the solar plexus doesn't even really care from the point of view of the solar plexus if it's a bad up or that you're upset. It loves how the solar plexus feels alive is the ups and the downs. And so when you start to calm it down and it starts to get regulated, the solar plexus just kind of sits there and just goes, well, this is kind of boring. Like who am I if I'm not going up or down? Like, what this whole even keel thing, I don't know who I am, right? I mean, I've gone through that. Like, but again, I would reinforce that you're even questioning your feeling is there has to be kind of a state of calmness before you hit like deeper levels of the mind or even deeper levels of emotion.
Mhm.
Because as you go deeper into the emotion, superficial emotion is a lot of the homeostatic emotions, anger, fear, anxiety. And as
Right.
we start to go deeper and deeper into, experiencing those astral components, there's a deeper level of activation of the heart. And the deeper level of activation of the heart really is very, very, very quiet. It's very quiet. And, it's kind of a weird thing. Like you have to kind of calm the emotions to be able to experience that because it's really, if you think about like how we talk about like homeostatic emotion and your stress response and instinctive responses and that of the mind, really for us to genuinely experience an activated heart is you have to be able to move beyond the physiology.
Mm,
And so much of what we think about is like our mind, and our mind affects our body and emotion. But really, even the idea of the work program
mhm,
is really setting up a potential for you to go beyond the physiology. Like, and as you go beyond the physiology, you start to enter into more of this like astral realm where maybe in the early stages it can be a little chaotic and things, but eventually you get to this place where the heart just keeps getting bigger and bigger. The peace and the stillness keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And, it's just that calmness that you have. It's like it's good, but it's still a stepping stone to something greater. It's like, the class we're doing, was it next weekend or the aligning with a guardian angel?
mhm,
It's really about the more that we align with, the guardian angel isn't like an angel like how we think of Michael or Raphael. Like it's this angel that kind of helps guide us through our journey, be it in the body and out of the body. It's an angel of the presence. We don't really know the name of the angel. It's the angel of the presence.
mm,
And really for us to even be able to have an alignment with that, there has to be a kind of calmness that comes over us. Because otherwise, we're just being driven by our physiology and our lower nature and our instinctive responses. And in certain mystical practices, they say, until you really align with a guardian angel, you really don't get to experience the higher realms or your higher nature. And part of
uh-huh,
it is like the guardian angel kind of guides you through the issues of your physiology and kind of guides you even as you start to enter into that astral realm. You know, Maybe the very first tasting of the astral realm is driving through the bad neighborhoods. You know what I mean? Like that's where nightmares happen and bad dreams and whatever. And then you kind of get through the bad neighborhood, and then all of a sudden it's like, this is nice. This is really nice. And then it just kind of keeps getting nicer and nicer. And then at some point, you're bringing it back into the body, not just when you have those expanded states. And, calming all the agitation down and calming down the emotions and calming down the mind. If we don't do that, we don't experience those other things. Like there's no way to experience them because there's just too much agitation. We don't, if those things aren't calmed down, like certain emotional, mental, and energetic processes don't engage. Like in the stillness, there's always the seed for greater spiritual activity. Like if even if it's just emotional stillness, the seed for greater mental activity is there. But then when the mind kind of starts going calmer, the seed for greater spiritual activity is there. And then it just keeps growing and growing and growing. And so without the calmness, without the stillness, we really don't have a sense of well-being. We don't have a sense of who we are. We don't have a sense of oneness. You could say our disconnection from our higher self is is really a byproduct of not being able to experience stillness. And once we start experiencing stillness, our mind tries to make sense out of that, but it's something beyond the senses. So the mind doesn't really, the intellect doesn't really have a reference point. And so as you start going through and you're doing these processes and you go, I'm not really feeling emotions. Am I doing it right? Um, you know, if it was a coping mechanism, you'd go, I don't feel emotions. I'm amazing. Like, you know what I mean? Like you'd kind of go to this place of like grandeur or something. But like when you're going, boy, I feel peaceful, but am I not getting it? Or like what's going on? Like that means you're being aware, you're being real. Like it's like, okay, there's things happening, there's processes happening. And the thing is that we don't always know what the next step is. And so you gotta send out the email and wait for the response, and then eventually we go, oh yeah, there's deeper levels of this peace. There's deeper levels of this stillness. There's deeper levels of, uh, whatever those experiences are.
That's really reassuring, because I mean, my default is to think, oh, I'm doing it wrong, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
I think we
but
might be related.
did you think so?
Yeah,
Well, I like that idea.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
It really
You
does
know,
help me feel better.
and I think it's healthy to question. You know what I mean? I think it's really healthy because I would say, like, if you look at it from the point of view of the activation of the crown, the crown, when it becomes activated, is very curious.
Mm,
Am I doing this right or am I doing this
yeah,
wrong? What's on the other side of the veil? It gets really curious. It's not like sure of itself. It's just like, well, what about this? What about that? Am I doing this right? Like, could I be doing it better? Like, I don't know. Like,
yeah,
So I would, uh,
yeah. I
you're on the
hear.
right track.
I was going to say, I hear you saying to trust myself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Especially like the more that the intuitive mind kicks in, the thing that I would say is the intuitive mind is very good about picking flowers. I was saying this the other week where, you know, you kind of come to a subject or a thing you might see or a situation that you're in, and it allows things to open up and blossom, right?
Mm, mhm.
The intellect, on the other hand, is very good at committing to burdens, something that you have to sustain because it's really not of light. It might be of thought. It might have energy that's been attracted from the environment through either strong emotion or repetitive thought, but it can't sustain itself. So our mind has to keep thinking of stories and things, and the energy of the thought is what keeps feeding it and keeping it alive. And so another way of saying that is it's a kind of burden.
Mhm.
And at some point, when intuition comes in, it starts to shed the burdens. It starts to shed the I need to, I should have, I'm supposed to, whatever those things are. It starts
Judging.
to
Yeah.
shed those things. And you can depend on those two things like you can depend on the sun and the moon. Like they are that real. Like it is, intuition does what it does, intellect does what it does.
Thank you so much.
You're still welcome.
It really helps.
And then go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey Greg, that last section we were doing before lunch with the basic chakra,
Mm-hmm.
um, my experience with that was the thought that came up as I was having that experience was, gee, this feels a lot like vagal tone work.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah,
Okay.
like a different version of it, but yeah, because if you think, the Ming Men is tied to the adrenals, but so is the basic chakra.
Mm-hmm.
And so like if the basic chakra is in defense mode, then you're in sympathetic nervous system, you're in intellect, you're in like higher levels of adrenaline, you're in defense mode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And y- you know that's why like the whole thing about like exploring the different aspects of vagal tone, through those free classes we've been doing. Even us going through and like targeting the systems, yes, that takes us deeper, but just like you perceived, like this isn't really of a system, but just going through and doing this, oh, God, how nice is that? And so I would say anytime that a chakra like kind of expands is also a kind of vagal tone work. Like that idea of like using a bell or a gong or a bowl or something, and like focusing on awareness. You'll notice that you shift out of your intellectual mind, you kind of expand mentally, but you're expanding energetically as well. And even going back to what we were just saying, like aligning with a guardian angel or doing like angel work of some sort. um, that's kind of the beauty of like doing angel work and aligning with the guardian angel is it's it's helping you to go past what you think should be happening. You know what I mean? Because even like when
Mm-hmm.
we have our experiences, it's like, yeah, this is amazing. I'm hitting rest and repair. It's like, yeah, you are, but there's still more potential. And left to our own devices, our physiology, our emotions, and our mind only get us so far. So that alignment with your guardian angel or the working the different angels takes you way farther past what you would normally consider like deeper vagal tone work. Like you're just way past that because, even when we go, oh, I'm going to do this for like a spiritual reason, or I'm doing this because deep levels of peace or calmness, we still have our reason. We still have our symptom that we're trying to treat. It's just more refined and a little more noble. And, it's just,
Isn't it like the intellect wants to stick its nose in,
yeah, yeah. And it,
and
it, it, it,
it's
it
the
thinks
the
it
intel
knows it all. Like,
the
at
the
least mine does. Oh
the
my,
intellect has its dictionary definition of what this is supposed to be and do.
yeah.
And
Exactly. Exactly. And really what you're trying to touch eventually, if we're trying to touch the soul, I mean, this is the whole idea of aligning aligning yourself with an angel or the guardian angel or whatever, is you're trying to touch the energy of the soul, which is causeless. Like there is no cause.
yes.
And that's a concept that the mind just explain it to me again 50 times over. I'm not going to get it.
Let me
And
run over to
so,
my unabridged dictionary and look that up and see what the hell it was you just
right,
said.
right, right. So having like an energy to go, okay, I'm going to hold you by your hand. We're going to go out into this area that is unknown. You're going to have an experience and then you come back. Then the mind starts to go, well, but there was that. I might not be able to put it to words, but there was that. You know what I mean? And so then you go a little deeper and a little deeper and a little deeper and before you know it, you know, your perspectives have changed a bit. And really what begins to happen is you're more of who you really are rather than the experiences of your family or the experiences of growing up or the experiences of, you know, whatever it was, culture or
Yeah.
society or, the crappy things that happened or even the good things that happened, you know?
Well, like you said, so a lot of times hanging on to something that it used to be really good that I did X, and
Right,
maybe that X is now a wall that's keeping me from what's on the other side of the wall.
right. Yeah. Yeah. Easy, like you said, easy to let go of something negative, but boy, try letting go of something positive that you've outgrown. Ugh, it's a tough one.
Hmm.
So, so how about a- and my intellect is trying to codify this and put it into a nice scientific, equation, but
Uh-huh.
I wish to experience the unknown to a greater degree and more often. What would be your input, go look over on this side or go look under this rock? What
I,
would you
I, I would
point it?
say like the classes, especially where we go deeper into the planetary aspects, I would
Hmm.
say the angel work.
Yeah.
Um, and then even the idea of like how we work the Auric program and stuff, like those three kind of emerge into something like bigger or greater. And they're each working a kind of piece of something that allows for that to happen, but I would say that it's like it's an ongoing process. It's a practice that we just keep refining and refining and refining. And so I would say a majority of things, I mean, like here we are talking about the respiratory system, and we're not really talking about the respiratory system. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
even there, it's like, yeah, we're talking about the respiratory system, but there's so much more to it. There's so much like of a deeper influence that you could say that just about anything that we're doing is always leading you into that direction. And, some people, it might be a little bit more the angels, and some it might be a little bit more, the physiology and the body and the auric programming, and because really auric programming is a byproduct of or a process associated with alchemy. You're transmuting things in the form. And then the planetary aspects are waking up different kinds of consciousness. For me, I mean, I love it all, but I would say my deeper experiences are when we do the deeper aspects of the planets. I mean, I love me some angel work, but like you can even see, like even within the planetary aspects, there's angel work woven into that. Even in the one coming up, it's aligning with the guardian angel, but one of the processes, yeah, or actually one aspect of the process for all the seven aspects of Jupiter involves a particular angel. And so like they really are kind of woven. I like the idea of practicing each one individually, but eventually we're just practicing different aspects of like something that's a bigger whole, and our mind can only see pieces at once, but I would say they're all a piece of it. And so, depending on the individual, one piece might resonate before the planet part. For me, it was the angels. Like, oh man, I couldn't get enough angel work. Like, I love working with angels. And, the old school third G practice of angels. And, then all of a sudden I started, I was always playing with the planetary aspects, but I was like, my mind, oh, this is what they do. They're really super defined. And then as soon as I really started exploring it, I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Like I'm a different person than after I did this practice. And they're all working different pieces, but I'd say for anybody that's been doing the classes for a while, it's probably going to be the planetary aspects will push you farther quicker, you know. Yeah.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Like even in the mystical tool practice, like in just a little while, we're going to be integrating, working the aspects of the deeper aspects of the planet, but in the tool practice. And like using a dorje and using a purba or an onk or something. And so, lots of layers in that.
yeah. Okay, good. Well, thanks.
You're so welcome.
Someone shared, I felt a lot of shifting in my bones as muscles relaxed. Even felt the sore spot on my left occipital bones disappear as the bone segments in my head and neck shifted. Wow. It released the tension completely and the pain is gone. My AC died Tuesday and I had to move a lot of boxes and furniture around so the workmen could get to the attic and replace the whole system. I've gone from feeling dead tired to ready to go to a dance party.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's amazing. Like, you're doing more than just the breath. You're really shifting the body in ways. You're just utilizing the breath. And, I think that's the thing, we were kind of talking about during the week. Like I was like, I want to kind of step up from just mechanically going through a process. I want to step up from just like I'm going to do this and then it produces this result because sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. And so like, what does that look like? And really it's always about that expansion or that awareness or being able to sit with something until the awareness happens. Like a good example was Barbara. She's like, usually it takes me 5 breaths, but this time it took me 15 breaths. But she sat with it until something happened and then the shift started. And so, you know, for me, sometimes it happens very quick, and there's some times where 20 breaths probably wouldn't even scratch the surface. And so to be able to recognize that, so that you go, I got to do this for longer before I produce a result. That's a kind of awareness that you can't read in a book or you can't like look up or follow some protocol or some template. And so, sometimes things work, sometimes they don't. But in awareness or in intuition, you either sit with it longer or you start adjusting and adapting to what the issue is so that you have a breakthrough. Mhm.
With just what Ralph was mentioning, it's like and you were talking about the causeless piece and stuff.
Mhm.
It's like the intellect just kind of bites on this, right?
Mhm.
And everything that's kind of going on here, because
Mhm.
this is kind of just what it does. I mean, like
Mhm.
you said, it's just the nature of
Mhm.
it. Whereas to
Yeah.
really get beyond that, you gotta let go of this
Yeah.
piece.
Yeah. You gotta,
And
yeah.
then it's
I,
like, then
I
you can kind
think
of
they can hear him.
observe
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's always like a deeper level of letting go. It's
Yeah.
like, because I can remember this is embarrassing. I was like, yeah, I've been doing meditation. I can totally let go. Okay, I'm meditating. Uh, but I could probably make this stronger. Like this expansion. I can make this really expand. My mind would be going a million miles an hour. And then I was like, oh, come back to the body. And I was like, meditation used to feel a little different. And like, at first you have those experiences, you go, oh, that's so nice, it's so blissful. But then the mind kicks in and it's like, yeah, but what about this? What about that? You can do this. And I did that for a very long time, a very long time. And I would love to be able to say that I was wise and just, I was like, oh, I need to let that go and calm that down. I just got exhausted from thinking that way, and I kind of gave up because nothing that I would think in that state did what I thought it was going to do. And so when I gave up is when the meditation started working. It's not that I was wise, I was just tired. It's just that's all it was. A kind of fatigue of sorts. And so there's always that refinement of like a deeper level of intuition that you can bring in, and a deeper level you can bring in, and even you go like, oh, this is amazing. And then in a few weeks you could go, well, it's nice, but I could go deeper. And then, what was amazing a month ago kind of feels normal now. You know what I mean? Like it's a process, so that means that it keeps moving, it keeps going, it keeps going deeper. And so for us to be able to keep riding that wave of wherever it's going. Yeah. 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 Good. Let's play with another experiment. We'll eventually get to the booklet. Let's do. How about if we go to line 7 from the you can pick things from, which is rosemary verbena, basil, ravintsara, eucalyptus radiata, red myrtle, bay laurel, Neoli, peppermint, Siberian fir, or sinus support. And what is it in the?
Siberian fir.
So there's Siberian fir and then there's Siberian fir premium. And this is just regular Siberian fir. Regular Siberian fir is very good for the respiratory tract. So this aspect really here is about targeting aspects in the sinuses, right?
Literally.
Yeah. So Samantha started, and it's like it started clearing her nose. Right? And so, whenever we look at the sinuses, okay, yes, they could be inflamed. There could be mucus. There could be a little bit of infection, a stuffiness, whatever you want to call it. But usually, when there is issues in the sinuses, our body is in a stress state. A lot of like if you look at like clairvoyantly somebody with like sinus issues, there's a lot of like gray and red in the sinuses, which is inflammation and congestion. And so you could also say red and gray is kind of the color of stress. And so when you look at it, there's a lot of stress energy in the sinuses, which means the nervous system isn't quite balanced. And there's an aspect of the fight flight nerve or the sympathetic nerves that is maybe agitated or it's lost tone. And like last weekend where we were talking about dystonia and all of that, this is very specific to the sinuses and the contributing factors to the sinuses. And so you could say that it's just balancing out like a state of stress that's somewhere in the body, you know. And so first, I'm just going to have you like feel your head, feel your body. And I would say think of situations that are maybe active where you feel a little bit of stress, like, oh, I got to get that done by this deadline, or oh, I got to talk to this person, or oh, am I going to be able to get it done? Or I actually have to just do something about it. I don't know even what. Just look at one of those situations, and it's more about a way to measure than it is that we're treating these things, but still, let's just see. Okay, the one thing that I'd say that I would like you to like check is also kind of feel the tension in your face. Usually we're not very aware of it. Even if you're not aware of it, as we go through and treat things, we'll see what happens and see if you can notice a difference. You know, sometimes people do, sometimes they don't, but we're experimenting. Okay, so you've kind of evaluated these areas. You're not putting your attention anywhere other than you're just inhaling the oil. So in through the nose, out through the mouth. Do at least 20 or so breathing cycles, long, slow, deep breaths. And then when you're done, just let go. You're just being still. Just let everything go. And then check. Check in with your body. And do you notice a difference in your face? Do you notice a difference in your face? It's more relaxed, right? How about you? Did you notice a difference when you stop yawning? See if you notice that. I know. Okay, let's go ahead and inhale again. Not on anything particular. You're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. About 20 inhalations. Feels like a feeling. Yeah. So notice your body, your emotions, your thoughts, or the lack of, lack of emotions, lack of. And it doesn't necessarily mean sedated. It just means, quiet. So I'm gonna have you do it again, but this time as you inhale, put your awareness on your face. you know, you could focus on areas, but I'd say just do the whole face, but like above the eyebrows, a little bit below, like in the cheekbones. Go ahead and do the whole face if you can, though. So you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your face. Oh, really? After about 20 inhalations, just let it go and just be still. Do you remember how you were breathing this morning? Take a long, slow, deep breath now, and then slowly exhale. You notice a difference. How is your body feeling? Nice, yeah. 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 Can you? Nice.
Yeah, they empty further.
Yeah. So let's do one more round of inhaling with your awareness on your face. How is your face feeling? How is your whole body feeling? We're going to do another round, but it's not going to be with your awareness on your face. Your awareness is going to be on your mid back. Part of the issue with the sinuses is that energy from the solar plexus, and here we're working the back solar plexus, but the back and front are pretty connected. So part of what happens is it rises up and then gets stuck in the sinuses. So we're going to address the back solar plexus. So your awareness is on the back solar plexus. You're taking just some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the mid back area. We think of sinus issues as always being right here, but the puppet master is the back solar plexus. Took me years to figure that out about my sinuses, but I'm like, oh, so that's what's pulling all those sinus strings. Do a good 20 or so inhalations and then just let go for a moment. Just be still. Let's go ahead and inhale again on the back solar plexus, that mid back area. When you're done, just be still. How are you feeling? Your body, your face. Mhm. Let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions, and mute yourself. Type in if you'd like. You don't have to, but kind of interesting. I mean, normally we'd fire through a whole pattern and everything, and really we're just practicing a kind of body awareness, but we're being kind of a bit more specific on the body awareness. But
Yeah, go ahead, Denise, then Teresa.
hey,
I actually have been sick since Q&A. And I was going to ask you on
oh,
Q&A, is it digestion or sinuses? I think it might be a sinus infection that went rogue. I'm not sure.
yeah.
But so
So,
it's
so
all like,
sometimes with sinus infections is the mucus, not to get too gross, drips down your throat and ends up in your stomach. And so it can cause a little bit of an issue down in the gut.
okay.
Yeah.
So my face and
what's kind of unusual is normally I don't notice my lymph nodes being, um, you know, swollen, but they are this time. Everywhere.
In your neck and throat?
Yeah,
Yeah.
neck and throat
Yeah.
is and
Probably sinus
upper.
infection.
Yeah, and kind of by the throat minor, all up in
Yeah.
that area
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. This is helping. It's
How
a
do you
wonderful
feel?
treatment.
How do you feel right now compared to the beginning of the day?
Ironically, I was going to go to urgent care this morning and I started to feel better. I felt terrible yesterday and I woke up feeling, I'm just gonna, I had kind of canceled it and said, if I feel poorly, I'll come in, I'll do a walk in. But I've done nothing but feel better and better and better, except I kept having the pain in my face, especially on the right side, which was really weird. I had no idea, but both of them are like at the jaws, between my neck and the jaw, the bottom of my ear, I look like a chipmunk.
Okay.
Maybe it's
Yeah.
lymph nodes. I don't know.
Yeah. Probably lymph nodes. I mean, do you have a sore throat at all?
I did yesterday, but I gargled with a little colloidal silver and it knocked the slight earache and the throat thing gone, just gone. I only gargled once or twice and that was it. It was knocked that out right away.
Does it hurt when you swallow?
No,
Okay.
but it's more congested. It feels more
Yeah.
narrow. It doesn't
Yeah.
hurt, but it's a little bit more narrow, which is
Good.
kind of weird because I hadn't thought of that. But yeah, a little harder to pull this swallow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good. Well, I keep doing this process for a bit. Like,
absolutely.
in a couple hours, do it again, and before you go to bed, and then in the morning. Yeah.
I'll stay on it. Thank you very
You're
much.
so
So
welcome.
wonderful timing and wonderful information. Thank you.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're enjoying.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Hello. What was the first part? Was it just situation and then we went to Paxillor and face?
No, it was your face. Just your
Okay,
face.
face.
Yeah.
It was face, Paxillor, and then face again, right?
We didn't even do face again. We just did a few cycles and then went back solar. And then I just had people check their face, like how's it
Oh,
feel?
okay. So I did that face again.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah. That's
it was
okay.
it was a pretty intense experience if you're kind of gathering. The first round, when we went to the face, I just all of a sudden my whole body was on fire and I was sweating. That was the first round. It was really amazing. And then it shifted. And before you said backstolar, I could feel my backstolar opening up and it was
Yeah.
just expelling something. And I guess I did face again and it feels great. My jaw feels like it's loosening too. So
Yeah. Because like sometimes, like when we have like sinus pain, it's actually the neck, the sternocleidomastoid with referred pain. But like when there's really like a lot of like what we would call sinus pain, it's actually a lot of times trigeminal neuralgia, which, a nerve here, a nerve here, and then a nerve down like in the chin. And it's usually the upper two get really inflamed and cause like this pain in the sinus area, but it's actually a form of like an inflamed nerve. And so we don't think of our faces holding tension or stress, but a lot of times, even if you treat the sinuses and everything, there's still like a facial tension that can go along with sinus issues. And if you unwind the face, a lot of times the sinuses will start improving in their function, but the pain levels will go down.
yeah, yeah. So any thought then on, I mean, it was pretty interesting, like heat, then sweat, and I could feel it all the way down to my feet too. Any
That's an autonomic response. Yeah. Like,
okay.
you know, I would say most times it would be a little bit more balancing, but there was probably a little bit of a release.
Okay.
That is usually there's like some glitch in that, but going back to like when I used to do corporate like work, I had different things that I did, but the like the four common conditions in corporate setting: sinuses, blood pressure, um, migraines, and low back pain.
Yeah,
and
I've got
so much,
three out of the four.
yeah, so much of the the things that, like, if I was dealing with health issues, a lot of people had sinus issues. And it's just stress levels. That's all it really is.
Mhm,
But
mhm,
after a while, it sets into the body, and the body almost starts to do like a stress loop.
mhm.
And so, kind of what you did is by, like, inhaling is good, but then just like putting your awareness on your face, and like you said, you feel your solar plexus release, you're breaking a stress loop. Yeah.
Hey, thank
Yeah. Yeah.
you. This is like
Yeah.
as good as nap time, by the
Yeah.
way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, Greg.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Kat.
Hey, hey.
Hey guys. Hi. Hi Dan. You guys know I've been traveling and
Mhm.
I think you even have a sense of how bad the traffic can be where I've been traveling.
Mhm.
It was probably I was just driving yesterday for rather a long time and it was maybe up there with the very worst driving conditions I've ever
Yeah.
experienced in my life.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when I got to my destination, I was like, every muscle in I mean, my forehead, like all these little muscles that I don't even know can
Right.
get tense.
Yeah.
Everything. I mean, everything was just tight and like we're in fight flight mode to the very max. And I got to my stepmom Rio Ella's house last night. Here she is. She's joined the class since the first break this morning.
Oh, nice.
And she took to it immediately and totally really appreciates just she got it. Um, and it was kind of interesting after going to sleep last night, even before the class started this morning. I was like, well, that's weird. I feel fine. But of course, like I just
Right.
wasn't expecting that because after
Right.
the experience yesterday, I thought I'd still be kind of all wound up. And
Hmm.
I think it's the peaceful atmosphere where I landed. But
Oh, yeah, that helps.
yeah. But anyway, this has been totally wonderful. And of course, I'm finding that there's like tension kind of melting out of my whole face and neck and everything. But just thought I'd share the
Oh,
kind of
nice.
amazing timing of having this particular class, I think, at this moment, especially with the travel guard in it and everything. It's like
Yeah, very
kind
nice.
of great.
Isn't it weird, like how much tension we hold in our face? Like, so the first time, or like in the first few times that I did this, I don't know, way back when, I was like, huh, that's kind of interesting. And I think, like, I put two and two together, like, speaking of driving, like I was driving and it was really sunny and I was just wearing my normal glasses. And then I was like, oh God, it's bright. And I took my glasses off and I put on sunglasses and I felt my face relax. And I was
Mm.
like, that's kind of weird. And
Mm.
like something kind of registered, and I knew, like, there's probably more to that than just. And it is weird, like how much tension we hold in our face. And if you think about, like, you were going through a stressful situation, everything, and what's that old saying, like, put on a brave face, like, like, how we feel isn't always expressed there. And sometimes we got to, like, kind of, I got to look like I'm happy or pleasant or not losing my mind, or, whatever it is, or you're just fixated of, like, I got to get through this. And, your face holds a lot of tension. And then if somebody's upset at you, they, they're upset at you, and without thinking, they're projecting a kind of energy or a kind of projection of sorts. They're usually not going, I'm going to get them in the shoulders, or I'm going to get them in the liver. They're usually thinking of your face,
Yeah.
Mm.
like thinking of your head and your face. And so that projection right in your face,
Interesting.
you know?
you know, the thing you said about you've said it a few times in classes. It's really interesting about how you tried to you just decided, okay, I'm gonna ease in. I can't remember what you called it when you had the migraine and
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna lean into it.
surrender to
I'm
it,
like,
basically.
yeah, I'm tired of fighting it. I'm gonna lean into it.
Yeah. I had a similar experience. I'm not sure I've experienced that with a headache, maybe, but I learned when I was younger, I had debilitating cramps, like totally, totally debilitating.
Oh yeah,
And one day I just went, all right, let me see if I can just consciously relax the muscles that are just seized up.
right.
And it worked. It like
Yeah,
eased the pain by probably 70-80%
yeah.
right away. And so I've used that since then whenever I don't have any other options when I'm in pain to just kind of consciously relax that area. And it's not quite the same thing, but it's a little bit like surrendering
No,
to.
it's in this that's that same vein. It's the same idea. Like in and I would say any pain syndrome, if you can relax into it, pain generates a stress response. And so if you can lean into it and relax into it, you'll reduce the pain usually by 50%.
Mm.
I mean, sometimes more, but it's not just that you relax the pain, is that that pain also has like a cascading effect through your physiology, and you really start to minimize the cascading effect. It just stays kind of as a localized thing, and it doesn't agitate the emotions and doesn't throw off your sleep, and it doesn't cause your body to be in such a stress state, and doesn't cause you to grind your teeth. And it's like all these things kind of start happening that are a reaction to the pain. And if you relax into it, it just kind of slows it all down or stops it.
Hmm. Very good. Well, this is wonderful as always. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Tell Goldie hi.
Tell who I
Goldie.
Goldie. Okay.
Yeah. Do you have something, I mean, my ears kind of plugged up, flying out here. Is there
Mhm.
something we can do kind of?
Usually there's a little bit of inflammation, like when the ears plug up, and usually some hyssop. Like if you inhale hyssop, it will usually,
Okay,
yeah,
I brought some with.
yeah. And then like a little bit of quercetin.
Of course.
Yeah, and we have some out there.
Yeah, but just this routine actually helped
Yeah, it
relieve
should.
that. It
Yeah,
really did. Now it's down to
Yeah.
like just a little bit, still a
Yeah.
little slightly annoying, but
yeah.
definitely.
Especially like if sinuses are
Yeah.
congested, like a lot of times it's like hard on the ears when you're
Right.
flying.
That's
Yeah.
a mistake.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that related to the
Yeah,
sinuses?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah. Like if the sinuses are bad, that's usually bad.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. 35. How about we'll come back at 10 till the hour, and um we might do an experiment, or we might start looking at this mythical booklet I keep talking about. So we'll see if it's real or not. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes. Hey, everybody. Let's see, should we do? So let's do one more experiment before we start talking about the booklet. And let's draw upon line 5. So basically any sort of balsam. Fir balsam, Peru balsam, Tolu balsam, poplar balsam, benzoin, frankincense, myrrh. And then there's a blend, friar's balsam.
So if you have the kit for purchase, use your Friar's balsam. It's extremely fancy and delicious.
Yeah.
Because obviously we have the fir balsam as well, but use your Friar's.
Okay, so first I'm just going to have you check in with your body. And then start to take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. About 20. Yeah, isn't that nice? Oh, yeah. I upgraded, it usually that's for balsam, but I did for balsam absolute, which is yeah, it's like a little fancier. Hard to get, but like when I have it, I try to use it when. Yeah. Yeah, if you have frankincense and myrrh blend or three wise men, you could use that as well. Yeah, sure. After you take about 20 breaths, then just let go and be still. And notice how everything feels. And what do you notice about your body? Let's do another round. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And when you're done, you're just being still. Oh, what did you notice? Like, what did you notice?
mean, my diaphragm feels so like after the first inhalations, like I feel relaxed, but my diaphragm, it was just like made muscles relax and made everything, and my heart got expanded, and that was my experience. But it was so good.
So, and you kind of had a similar, like, so, okay, so expansion, but like, I'm just watching you two, expanded, but not sleepy.
Not at all.
Like you're
Very
like,
clear.
but then you're like, okay, I'm expanded, but my eyes aren't closed, and then you're just like,
Yeah.
you know. And so anything that you could say, anything that is like a balsam, but I would include benzoin, I would include frankincense, I would include myrrh, like thick resiny oils usually is what kind of does it. And sometimes when you have a respiratory issue, that's what you do is you put like a balsam on the chest to kind of like soothe everything. And if you think about it, like when you're really struggling with some sort of illness or something that's respiratory, is you're coughing, you're sneezing, your breathing's erratic, you're feeling a little agitated, you're ready for it to be done, you're looking for another box of tissues because you're blowing your nose like a maniac, your nose is raw, like, all these things are going on. So there's a kind of, you could call it an agitation, but I would say there's almost like an overstimulation of the sympathetic nerves, but very specific to respiratory function. It's I've made this comment in the past that like sometimes after you get over like a cold or flu, COVID, whatever it was, it's like, okay, the virus is gone, the bacteria is gone or whatever. And a majority of the symptoms are resolved, but it's almost like you have allergies after that. You know what I mean? And that it could be that if they measured histamine levels that you do have allergies, but really what's happening is there is kind of like what we talked about last weekend, a kind of dystonia, like lack of tone, but really specific to the respiratory tract. And so instead of being like the whole body or the digestion or whatever, it really is about respiratory function. And part of what you're doing is, if you think about the dystonia, it's like your fight flight mechanism lost tone and just loses its mind. It just starts like, just starts throwing a fit. And that's a lot of times when we get sick, like we can reach places where it's just like our body, especially associated with respiratory function, just starts throwing a fit, right? And even after the cold and flu is gone, the bacteria is resolved, the virus is resolved, a majority of the symptoms are gone, but the nose is still running, and you still got this weird sneeze, and you got a little cough that like it's been 3 weeks, and I still have this. Ugh. And so, some of it is that the nerves haven't calmed down, like very specific to the respiratory tract. And you could even have like imbalances of like I feel hot, I feel cold, I feel cold again, I feel hot. Like your temperatures will fluctuate, and it's like your body's throwing a fit, you know. And so, like here, it starts to calm all those symptoms. It's very soothing, right? Anything that has a balsam effect, it's very, very soothing, right? It starts to calm down the fit. But two things happen. It increases the rate of healing because you've calmed down the fit in the fight flight response so that the body can now heal. And two, any of those emotions that are being generated by the body because you've been sick. So here it's usually agitation, frustration, whatever. Your body starts processing it, and so you feel like the body calms down, but also you go, oh, my emotions calm down. It's because, like, think of it like this, like, say your emotions are, this is hypothetical, by the way, or metaphorical, not hypothetical, metaphorical. Say your emotions are working their way up and that's how they get processed, right? Well, sometimes what happens, we're generating lower emotions and then something puts a cap on it. And so they just start building and building and building and building. And pretty soon, there's a outward expression. I'm frustrated, I'm angry, I'm anxious, I'm whatever. And you could think of the balsam as just taking the cork off so that they go up and they go like, oh, like, you just kind of keep going. Like, and so some of the balsams, like if you look at them, some of the balsams are actually even in the realm of anointing oils. And like something like poplar, for example, poplar balsam is an anointing oil that is used, and it calms and it calms the nerves and helps you to process emotion to such a degree that they use it as an anointing oil because it helps you to break out of the shell of the form of the body of your physiology and begin to have some experiences in the astral component, because a lot of, as much as we go, oh, I feel emotions and I have thoughts, it's still under the influence of the body. And at some point, we break out of that shell and then we start to have like astral experiences, right? And so part of our ability to have that is calming down the physiology, not just calming down the emotions, but also processing the emotions, taking something that's a lower emotion and then having it like activate the heart and then having it go to the mind, but the mind still remains calm and then eventually releasing it out. Like these things like come up and are processed, right? And so in that, it starts to shift the physiology to the point where you start to have like higher emotions, right? So anything that's has a balsam effect. So, here obviously the ones that have balsam in the name, but also frankincense is in that realm, myrrh is in that realm, benzoin's in that realm. Galbanum's kind of in that realm, but like I was like, oh, let's just stick with the Rockstar team. So, we did the ones that we did. But there's some other B choices. But if you work this, you don't have to be sick to work it. But calming and soothing the respiratory tract and the nerves associated with that also kind of help balance out the higher and lower aspects, like your higher and lower nature, your your connection that is like the head and then eventually to the heart. And so, you know, it might start off as a treatment for a respiratory issue, but that connection, the crown, the forehead, and the ajna are all associated with the higher soul, the heart down, the incarnated soul. Things that have a like a balsam effect usually help with the connection between the two, and they actually help to refine the energy body, the energy field, and help to produce like more gold in the energy body rather than just the old dirty gray. So it's not that they're cleansing, they're almost like transmuting. Like they kind of shift your body out of being in that place where it's like always in that state that is associated with like a lower vibrational energy. So um, if you want to do like a deeper dive into like how does it feel, um, before we do inhalation again, I'm going to have you put your awareness simply on your throat. Just put your awareness on your throat and just notice how it feels. I thought it was a perfect one. She has a good day when that happens. Okay, your awareness is on your throat. You kind of have a feel of how it feels. Now inhale with your awareness on your throat. And then pause and just be still for a moment. Just let it all go. Feel the throat again. You're not even inhaling, you're just feeling your throat. Okay, with your awareness still on the throat, take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. done, just let it go for a moment.
Mm.
How's that feeling? Okay.
Incredible.
Yeah, it feels good, doesn't it?
It's like
Yeah.
a direct access to
Yeah.
the throat.
Yeah.
It's just like
Right.
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I keep saying like it's a falling, but like literally, I'm like, like
Right. Falling into the chakra.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You mentioned that it was, with the balsam being viscous, right? That's kind of like the oils that in that family. Aloes is kind of viscous. Would that kind of be?
Not quite as soothing. Like, yeah, yeah. Soothing in other ways, but not necessarily for this one. So, yeah.
Some big green hills.
Okay, so we did the throat a couple of times. We might come back into it once again. But part of if we're going to soothe the nerves, especially associated with respiratory tract function and just healing and getting better, we're going to still use the same oil, but your awareness is going to be on your spine, but just between your shoulder blades and your mid back area, not your neck, not your low back, just the upper back and mid back. So put your awareness on your upper back and mid back. Don't even start inhaling yet. Have it ready, but just put your awareness there and just see how that feels. You're doing the upper spine and the mid spine both at the same time. So your awareness is on the upper spine and the mid spine, both at the same time. Okay, so we've felt what that feels like. Now inhale the oil with your awareness on those areas. The upper spine and mid spine both at the same time. And then when you've hit about 20 breaths or so, just let it go. Again, your upper back, your mid back. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Just letting it go. How is that feeling on your body? How's it feeling on the emotions? You know, I think it was Margot that was saying, like, I don't really like when she checks in, she doesn't feel emotion. But so that's why sometimes I'll say, look at a situation maybe that's active that might be bothering you. Like right now, the body's in a deeper state of healing and your emotions are more likely to be processed. So, like, just look at something that might be a stressful situation or upsetting situation and just kind of watch what happens when you're in that state. Could be the past, could be current, could be a hypothetical in the future. Just observe it for a moment. What do you notice? For me, when I look at like a situation, like when I've done like a version of this process, I look at something and I'll go, oh, it looks the same that it has every time. And then I'll start watching it and it's like it starts playing out or moving. And all of a sudden, in a couple of minutes, I'm like, well, they were doing the best that they could. Or like, it's like I come to this different place because things are being processed. So on the flip side of that, we're talking about treating respiratory issues, but on the flip side of that, when you process your emotions at a more accelerated rate, part of the byproduct of that, it is that it increases your ability to problem solve. Like processing emotions equals problem solving, right? And so in this situation, it's like, okay, is there really an issue or are my feelings just hurt? Or if there's an issue, like I need to say this, 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 and this, and move through this rather than just having it be a thing that's in this like kind of static place, if that makes sense. And so did we do the throat again or we've only done it? So we'll do one more time, but this time we're going to revisit the throat. Before you start inhaling, just feel the throat for a moment. Okay, so now begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your throat as you take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And after about 20, let it go. Just keep your eyes closed and let it go. And then what is your experience? Questions, experiences, you can unmute yourself, type in.
It's kind of like Alfred E. Newman. Remember?
Mm.
Back in What Me Wordy?
Right.
That's brilliantly
Oh, yeah.
useful.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Barbara, and then Teresa.
Greg, this was profound. I feel
It
like
is, isn't it?
the
Yeah.
throat chakra is vibrating at a whole different octave,
Yeah.
that it has come in line with a whole deeper level of awareness,
Hmm.
and that it was working with the ajna to bring all the chakras from the crown to the heart in harmony.
Hmm.
Just stunning.
Yeah. I mean, there's just something about all those balsamy kind of oils that are, I don't know, they're beyond soothing, you know. There's a reason why a lot of them are in anointing oils, is that they heal, but they also do so much more. You
And
know?
when you asked us to revisit the situations, and I went through 3 or 4 of them, and it wasn't that they were no longer triggering, they were practically empty,
Yeah,
just not even there.
yeah,
Amazing.
yeah. Because if you think about like the trigger, you know, there's the component of that there's a loop, but still when we look at the situation, either the memory, there's an emotion still like stuck there, or there's a lot of emotion in the loop. And when you kind of are in this place where the body starts to go into a deeper level of healing, and then the emotions kind of start processing, it's like the longer you look at it, like you can almost just feel it drain out of the situation. And so you know, going and doing that practice where, you know, you inhale this a little bit like we're talking about, and then you sit and observe some old event, you can just watch it like deflate like a balloon with a really slow leak. It just keeps going down and down and down.
Yeah.
And, you
It's not
know,
that the situations have gone away, but there's
no,
no charge to them,
yeah, yeah,
at least in this moment.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, amazing. Thank you so
yeah.
much.
You're so welcome.
You need a footnote that says this class is a sleeper.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hello. That was amazing. A lot of grief, just a lot of tears, and
Mhm.
all of them coming out. Um, and
Were, were you aware of the situations, or it just felt like a body release?
I think unprocessed emotions from a passing of a loved one, and like
Okay.
two, um, and body sensations. So it could just be that the grief was stuck in the body and not processed
Well,
out.
it's probably a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Like you said, you had like loved ones, and you know, that's the thing too, that even like the sadness and grief or hurt feelings, sometimes that can be like pain that's been in the body for a while. It's
Oh
not
yeah.
an event, it's just like, ugh, my body hurts. And it will generate the emotion of sadness, grief, hurt.
Yeah.
So, sometimes it's for me, at least for myself, I can't always tell, was that like an event or is that my back? Or, I'm not always sure which one. And so,
Yeah. Yeah. I use Poplar, which I absolutely love.
yeah, Poplar's pretty fancy.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And thank you for um, giving the context, because that makes a lot of sense. It's very soothing and gentle. So it
Mhm.
just, whatever's there can pour out,
Right. Yeah.
without any resistance or fighting it or holding on to it or
Right.
freaking out about it. It
Yeah,
just,
exactly. It just calms everything down and just allows, uh, uh,
yeah.
uh, you know,
And I have noticed like overall body tension has released. Um,
good.
It may have because, also leading up to this class, I was using a lot of your Storms lotion, which is amazing.
Hmm. Hmm.
So I think that could have contributed to that too.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Well, you're having a little fancy session there. Storm's lotion, poplar balsam, like gotta throw some bonbons in there and somebody fanning you, and then we call that a perfect day.
Oh my gosh. I think instead of fanning, I would prefer a foot massage. How about
There
that?
you go. Yeah.
I will get Oliver to get busy with that. He's taking the benefits of me being relaxed and just chilling out on the sofa. So
Yeah, he's a cute little guy.
thank you.
You're so welcome.
Question, do
Mhm.
the less expensive balsams work as well as the higher priced balsams?
Well, they all have their personalities. It's not like they just do a particular thing, but anything that I listed there, those balsams, they do work. And so, for balsams, not super expensive. Frankincense isn't super expensive, but they all have their own personalities. It's like saying, are all comedians funny? All comedians might make some people laugh, but all comedians don't make me laugh every time. You know what I mean? Like it's a little bit like that. It's it depends, you know. Yeah. So okay, so we'll take one more break and then we'll come back and um I think we might do something out of this booklet that's been talked about all day. So how about we'll come back at a quarter after and we'll just do a quick little process and we'll go from there. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. Okay, so on the break, we emailed you that so-called booklet I've been talking about. And then I think we're also going to post it in the,
Yeah, I'll post it here in the chat as well, but I just wanted you guys to have both. I wanted it to be emailed to you guys. And then again, it'll be right here in the chat. It's going to be that link. So give me a sec and I'll post that and I'll let you know when it's in here. All right. There you go, guys.
So like with the booklet, the beginning of the booklet is just some anatomy. Like this is what the respiratory system looks like, and definitions and some function. And so you have an idea. You know, you don't have to go out and study something. You can just look up at the beginning of the booklet. And then I think I did the vagal tone second. No. Then the second piece was the part where it's the functional parts of the respiratory system that you can use just to kind of tone up the whole system or use it as a diagnostic tool. We did it with the respiratory, digestive, urinary tract class about, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago. And so instead of bouncing from different booklets, I included that in this process so you can use it as a way to do like toning. Think of it as like taking vitamins. You know, it's a way to prevent something before it's actually in place. If you have condition that you need to treat, it also would enhance the ability to treat that area. You're just making sure that the system functions a little bit better in these particular areas. And then after that, I included the vagal tone component that is a little bit of a deeper dive on vagal tone specific to the respiratory tract, you know, the whole respiratory system. And then after that is conditions with an explanation of what it is and symptoms and then treatment processes. So all day tomorrow we're going to be going through and looking at conditions and talking about conditions and going through and you know doing some treatment processes with them. I kept the treatment processes relatively simple. I didn't want to make things super complicated. You know, sometimes the complicated process makes things more effective, and sometimes, you know, if you're not feeling good or you're sick, it doesn't necessarily do that. And, you know, if you're factoring in that you're doing it with a new person, you know, say you're working with clients or something, a super complicated process doesn't always go over well. Like it gets too complicated, it gets too little overwhelming. So I try to keep treatments just very simplified, like the ability to produce a result without making it super nuanced and all of that. And so, you know, I'd like to go through right now and revisit. It's on page 6 if you want to follow along. Just about clearing mucus and then supporting detoxification of the respiratory system. And here you can use um, forms of eucalyptus, forms of hyssop, anula, myrrh, sylvester pine, terebinth, or the blend mucus itself. And in the kit for purchase, you have hyssop decumbens.
And eucalyptus leaves or no?
You could use eucalyptus leaves too. Yeah, sure. Either one. Yeah. And we're just going to go through and we're going to do like a good old fashioned protocol. So you have your oil or your blend, and you're going to begin inhaling. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness between the eyebrows. And then you can put your awareness on your sinuses. So, like above your eyebrows and a little bit below, like in this area, just above and below the eyes. Put your awareness in that area and then take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And now slide into the ears, the ear minors, the holes in your ears. And taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the holes in your ears. And then your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then drop down to your throat minor, the little notch at the bottom of your throat. Now do your lungs. Your awareness is on your lungs. And then the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. The front solar plexus, the area below your ribs. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. And then just let go. Let's have you just take some long, slow, deep breaths with the oil, not even directing it to a particular area. Just nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Where do you feel something in your body? Doesn't necessarily have to be associated with the respiratory tract. Where do you feel something? That was just a quick little process. And we kind of ended it with going back through and feeling it into the body. But what was your experience? How did you feel? You have questions? Tomorrow we're going to be going through and talking out a bunch of conditions, but I thought we'd have a nice day of playing with oils today before we just jump in and talk about conditions. So, how was that for a little old school protocol?
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey,
Let's get you unmuted.
It was wonderful. Thank you so much.
which I'm curious, which oil did you use?
I used the eucalyptus radiata, and
Oh,
I
good.
was working kind of back and forth a little bit with the hyssop to
Yeah,
but
yeah.
the eucalyptus really seemed to be cutting through some of the mucus I do have. So thank you.
Yeah. And is it mostly in the nasal passages or is it down in your lungs at all?
I think it's a little bit in both areas because
Yeah.
I have fans and I was without an air cleaner for quite a while, and I think it's from the fans kicking stuff up,
Right.
and because I got a cough with it, Greg, and it was kind of a deeper cough for a while. The coughs, I think, not quite as bad the last day or two. It went into my upper back, like you said, it went into my neck, on both sides, and then like my lower jaws and stuff. So it's,
Did it ever drop into the lower part of the lungs?
I wasn't sure. I don't know how to listen to that. I've only had pneumonia, thankfully, one time, but it was in the last year and a half. Year and 3/4, since we've been working together. That was the first time I ever had pneumonia. But you know what? I could still draw my breath. So that makes me think maybe it didn't go that low. Because what I
Okay.
noticed the one time I had it, I had a real hard time pulling my breath.
Right. Before you move on, hold on a second here. Let me
Okay,
just look
thank you.
something up. I mean, we're sitting here talking about troubleshooting issues. Let's go through and okay. Wheezing. Any wheezing
No, no wheezing.
and fatigue levels are okay?
Exhausted. I was very tired. I
Good
actually
stuff.
took really three naps, and I've only taken about 10 in my whole life, but I was just exhausted.
What about chest pain? Are you having
A
any
little bit, a
little
little bit.
bit?
And one of the, when we moved around and one of the protocols today, I had burning around my heart a little bit, at least
Okay.
initially. Yeah.
So obviously probably some shortness of breath, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that would make me go to, lay down and rest and go to sleep. I only
Okay.
had so much energy kind of deal. Yeah.
And has there been fever or chills or anything like that?
No chills, that's for sure. If anything, I get really hot. I'll get
Hot.
really hot. Yeah.
And
Um,
when you're coughing, yellow, green, anything come
nothing,
up?
yeah, nothing's coming up like that at all.
Okay.
And I know what you're talking about, but no, nothing's coming up like that.
Okay. And are there periods where you feel like little bouts of like confusion or disorientation of any sorts?
Oh, yes. And hard to make decisions, and just
But just
really,
like being sick, but like not like before being stressed out, because I know you have some difficult situations, but like while you've had this cold and flu, like a little bit of disorientation.
yeah, for sure. Because,
Okay.
I have so many of your notebooks and stuff around
Yeah.
me, and I don't have the wherewithal to go pull them out to figure out what I have to do. So yeah, I'd say, it's, it's hard to figure things out. How's that?
Okay. And does it feel like in the last few days, because you've been feeling this for like since Monday or Tuesday, right?
I felt it really coming on strong then, but I think it's been coming on a little longer than that. And then it just started to go into an, I think that's what sort of wore me out. And then it's moved into this other what I said might be its other phase, like it went rogue on me.
Mhm.
Yeah, I wasn't
And what
quick.
about rapid heart rate? Like, do you feel like your heart beats really fast, little periods of it at a time, or?
No, for sure. I'm clear
Okay,
on that, thankfully.
okay. I mean, you don't have all the markers, but you have several markers of pneumonia. I
Okay,
mean, there is a bacterial pneumonia that was going around like, ooh, like 6, 8 weeks ago, maybe a little longer, 3 months ago, and it was airborne. So, like, you could just be walking by somebody that was a carrier or was sick, and you could get it. I mean, the people that I treated, because remember, there was like a bunch, like in a short amount of time, I treated a bunch of people with pneumonia, and they were really sick. You don't sound like you're quite there, and so even if you got it, it sounds like a milder form of it. But I'd say, watch it. If it starts to get worse, then, several of those people, I mean, they're really bad cases. We still, I still had them go to the doctor and get on like a Z pack or something. We
sure.
still gave them oils and herbs and everything like that. But, some of the cases, they did want to go to the hospital or the doctor. And so we treat them with oils and herbs and things. And they got over it, and they were pretty severe cases. And so, you're not sounding super bad, but I just like watch it,
Absolutely, I
and then
will.
make sure that it doesn't like tailspin, or, especially if it drops like really deep in the lungs. Ugh, the thing is that if you also, just as, if you have it, if you don't have it, I would say it's okay. It sounds like you're getting better anyway. But if you have green myrtle, that could be a one to use. And then also like forms of like pine, like Sylvester pine or terebinth.
I
You know,
have both of the other two. I don't have green myrtle, but I have Sylvester pine.
put like drops on your chest, inhale
Okay,
it, and drops on your chest. They're always a good like respiratory tonic, and they do kind of dry out some of the fluid. And Sylvester pine especially will have like a cortisone kind of effect. And usually, like with, I'm not saying that you have pneumonia, but
yeah,
like we're kicking the tires and taking it for a spin. You know what I mean? Just in case.
yes. We're trying to head it
And
off for sure.
yeah, yeah. And so the Sylvester pine will elevate the cortisone levels. And like usually what they do with pneumonia is they'll put them on like a Z pack or something if it's bacterial. And they'll usually follow it with steroid. And granted, it's not necessarily like cortisone, but with oils, that's what we can do with it. But usually they give them like a dose of prednisone, wait a day or two, and then another dose of prednisone. And I don't think you're in that place, but you know, anti-inflammatory things are also helpful in this, because that's one of the things with something like that is the inflammation can start to be just as much of an issue as mucus. and
Yeah.
and so just stay on it. Like the pine and the terebinth, they're very drying to the fluid. And keep using like eucalyptus, just like you were doing, eucalyptus and hyssop and everything. And you know
Are they anti-inflammatory, the other two? Uh,
the pines will be, but like anything that you have that's anti-inflammatory, you could do a little ginger, you could do black cumin, you could do
thank you.
do you have German chamomile by chance?
I do.
Take 2 or 3 drops a couple of times a day.
Oh, great.
Because like you look at the idea of like black cumin and turmeric and ginger, they're all anti-inflammatory, but they're like long-term treatments. You could use some of it for short-term treatment, but like German chamomile is not a long-term treatment, it's a short-term treatment. Like it goes at reducing inflammation pretty hard. And when there's like some sort of infection in an area, for one, it helps the body to fight off the infection, but it also cleans up the metabolic processes, like the waste product from being sick. Like it just kind of is like the thing
Cleans up
that
the
came.
crime scene.
Yeah, exactly. Those were the words I was fumbling for right there.
Thank
And
you.
so, you sound like you're getting better, so I'm not worried about it. But, you could have had a really mild case, or your immune system was so strong that you fought off most of it, or it could just be sinuses that drop down, and that's also the case. And so, the only reason like I like to exercise a little like caution is it wasn't too long ago where it was really going around. And so like, you're hitting the markers kind of, but I could also say all those symptoms could be a completely different respiratory condition. Like, you know what I
I
mean?
understand.
Like
No, I follow.
it's like and you know, the person that I knew that got the sickest, he had a really bad case of it. And, between healing and some herbs and things, he would not go to the doctor. He just was not having it. And,
I
uh,
have a backup appointment with my primary care
okay,
at
perfect.
11:40 on Monday. So I'll
Yeah.
have him listen to my
But
chart.
as far as sick as he was, like he still got better.
Oh, thank
But
God. Okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Thank
So
you.
that's where I was going with that is, you know,
Um,
it needed
and
a lot of attention, but I mean, he was super sick. I mean, he was super sick.
so
And
you don't mess around with it, is what you're saying too. Um,
you know,
the,
like even when you were kind of sick and like, it's always a fine line with being sick. There's times where I probably should have gone to the doctor. And then there's times where I've gone to the doctor and they're like, oh, what are you doing here? You just have a cold. And I'm like, yeah, but COVID. And like, I want to make sure. And you know,
well, you're not too far off. I know that the young woman that runs kind of the health and wellness area down at our market of choice, she was saying that a lot of people are getting sick. A lot of people are masking up between there and the library.
mm, mm,
I'm seeing a lot more masks. So I have two because
yeah, yeah.
I'm obviously got something. So I
Yeah,
have
and
mask.
and it's odd because it's not like colds and flus can go around like in the summertime, but like usually we think of wintertime as being the thing, but they still go around, and so you have a bunch of tools. I'd just say stay on top of it. As long as you don't go downhill really fast, I just keep doing what you're doing, and you're probably fine.
Thank you
You're
so
so
much, Greg. Thank
you're
you so
so.
much.
Do you happen to have mullein?
It'd
I
be an herb.
Yeah.
I don't have Mullen. That I don't.
Um.
That would be a good one to get, probably.
Well, I'm just trying to see what you have just to enhance. What about golden seal? Do you have golden seal?
Yes, I do.
Take some golden seal. Yeah. The golden seal will stimulate the immune system and it will clean up some of the mucus. And yeah, between the oils and the golden seal, yeah, it should knock it out.
Good. Well, I took two yesterday, two capsules, and then two today. So maybe
I take 2 capsules 3 times a day.
okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Kick that cold's butt. Just.
You got it. Thank you so much.
You're
Oh,
so
you're
welcome.
great. Thank you. You're a
You're so welcome.
wizard.
Someone's asking, does Siberian fir premium work as well as Siberian fir for the sinus work we did on line 7?
It works. I would say the regular Siberian fir actually probably works a little better. Um, like this creates a conflict for me because I also love Siberian fir premium like a maniac. Like I'm always inhaling it, and so you know, It still has an impact, but just the regular Siberian fur is probably a little bit more impactful. But if you only had Siberian fur premium, I don't know that I would rush out to get the other one just because it's different. I'd use what I had and treat it like that, but there is something, the Siberian fur is a bit more penetrating up into the sinuses and into the lung tissue and everything. The Siberian fur premium I use for other things. It still could work for some of those processes, but the non premium is probably a little bit more specific to respiratory function. Yeah.
Someone shared, I felt relief. I had a lot of coughing, my chest hurt, and I had phlegm, but it was white mucus. The cough is with phlegm.
So, okay, so like on that, we're going to be talking about this tomorrow, right? But if you go to page 42, actually 43, and about halfway down, this is a section under mucus, like just dealing with mucus, right? And on page 43, about halfway down, number 3 is types of mucus. So there's clear, there's white, there's yellow, there's green, brown, and blood streaked, and then sticky mucus. And so, yeah, you can see white is and your body's fighting off an infection. It may indicate that you're fighting off an infection, but if it starts to turn yellow, you can kind of see what yellow means, and you can see what green means, and then if it's real like brown or blood streaked, so I, gave you a conversation you can have about all the different kinds of mucus. And so, I just thought, if you're trying to problem solve and troubleshoot, you can kind of gauge what's happening.
So would the treatment be the same no matter what the kind of mucus? So like if you scroll down
Yeah, you just, you might start trying to treat more infection, but like, mucus, you just start trying to diminish the mucus. And so, um, think of it like this. Mucus is a breeding ground for bacteria. And so a lot of times when you're not getting better, it's because your body's not able to get rid of the mucus, right? So if you can start reducing the mucus, even if you don't do anything else, your body, as long as the immune system is relatively healthy and the bacteria or virus isn't too crazy, usually the body will start getting better. So, reducing mucus is always a super good idea. But, if you start to notice like, oh, there's an infection, then, we start going after, things that fight off infection and things. Yeah.
and go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Well, I just want to say thank you. I was going to be booking a full body massage for the tension today over break, and I
Mhm.
didn't need it at all. Like my
Oh,
body like released so much tension. It was great.
yay.
So I feel like I got like a full body massage today. It was really nice.
There
Thanks.
you go. Now you can just sit home in your pajamas and visualize a massage.
Exactly. I think I'll do that with my tailbone.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you. It's been a great
Yeah.
day.
Good. I'm glad you enjoyed.
And join us tomorrow, guys. And Greg will be giving you guys opportunity for Q&A and things like that. You have a chance now to look at the workbook, even have questions with that. And I think that calls it a day, Greg.
Okay. So we will come back tomorrow at 10 and we'll just do a normal day. And tomorrow we'll be talking about conditions and things like that. We had our experiment. Now we'll go back to the way things were. So, but I enjoyed the experiments today.
That was fun.
Yeah. So I'll see you guys in the morning.